Ready or not? Here we go. What's the difference between a hippo and a zippo?
Don't know.
No.
One is really heavy and the other is a little lighter.
Oh. I take it as Zippo is a lighter in America, is it?
Zippo. You don't know what a Zippo is?
Zippo's a lighter.
Yeah, but jink.
Oh, I don't use lighters.
It's one of the flip lids where you flip the metal lid. And you...
Oh, okay. I just thought it was called a lighter. I didn't realize it was called a Zippo. Is it actually called a Zippo? Is it a brand?
Yeah, Zippo was.
It is a brand of lighter, yes.
Okay. Well, given that now I know all that, I'm just going to say, ha 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 ha.
They always had the cool lights, like these silver ones that you flip the lid on. Look really cool.
Oh, right. Okay.
If you're really cool, you could flip the lid. You could like roll it down your trouser leg and light it in hope that you didn't get petrol on your trouser leg and then catch your bollocks on fire.
I used to do that. I used to do the flip and then the snap. Learned how to do that. That was pretty cool. Anyway, welcome to episode 45. No, Carl, you have a question still.
Well, I was going to say, what do you mean flip and snap? You actually were lighting stuff like flip, light, snap.
Yeah, if I had one here, I'd be able to show you. But basically, what you do is you thumb on the bottom, the two fingers on top, and then you just press. And the lid flips open, and then you just kind of like snap on the wheel. So the flint ignites the slip, and blah 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 blah.
All right, so you get your fingers up there and the finger down there, and you just
kind of.
Yeah, I think I've done that before somewhere, but not with a Zippo.
Not with a lighter though, right? So. Welcome everyone to the Underground Sound episode 45. I am DJ Exec. With me as always is Carlos Fandango and someone known as Smart Monkey. Together we are putting us back into music.
So please do like, subscribe, and share, and we'll find the music that you love to hear.
And don't forget to click on the little bell icon, which is that way up on YouTube. So then you get all the notifications of whenever Tom uploads any new Underground Sound videos, and then you'll discover some wonderful new independent artists and their music. So please do subscribe, do check out all the previous shows and all those wonderful songs that we select for you and your delectation and delight.
Indeed. Please do visit the video description below, where you will find the links to all these fantastic artists, and you could save these songs on your own personal playlist and go show some love. Share these artists, please, on your preferred social media platform, whether it be Instagram, Twitter. I think it's called X now. I think did they change the name or did they just change the symbol? I can't remember now, but I know that it's a different icon in either case. I really don't care because I don't use Twitter, but share these artists wherever you can and however you can. Let's get this fantastic indie music out there. So big shout out and special thank you to our show sponsor, Nathan Brachear, once again, of Monsters Are Real. Please do visit monstersarerealmusic.com and find Nathan's body of work there and the links to all of his social media websites as well. So please do check out the video description below and find all that. And please do visit the website, and please do visit our website, usundergroundsound.com. So the plan is still by mid-August to have the radio station going. Hopefully I'll be able to do it a little bit sooner than that. We're going to wait for the gentlemen here to do their shows, but I will definitely put something together just that way we can get the radio station going and get your music out there to more and more and more people. Because once again, as we talked about last week, YouTube's just making it really difficult to promote this show, and I'm just not liking that. I can't do a $200 a week, for crying out loud, in advertising. It's like, seriously, you could like buy a car for that amount of money. $200 a week, $800 a month, like literally a car payment. So thanks YouTube for that. So do visit us at undergroundsound.com. Once again, the video description below is where you'll find the links to all the artists that we're going to be reviewing today. And do check out the previous episodes and find some music that you love. So going on with our regularly scheduled track number 1, I say we have Fede Lobe, Voy Solo. I'm not even going to try to say who it's featuring, so I'll let Carlos Fandango take that one away.
Oh yeah, featuring Gaboindajaus. Yeah, it's like a ricochet, Gaboindajaus. And basically, now just to precede this whole show, in order to catch up with a bit of a backlog and accumulation of songs, we've had a bit of a glut of good songs fall into our laps. Well, not exactly fall into our laps, but I've scoured slaps.com really hard and found loads of songs. Now, because we had a 3-week break, we're trying to catch up with some of the songs and get your music played, artists, all of you. And what we're doing is 12 songs, bumper editions, 12 songs per show for the next couple of months. So you've got loads more, and it makes it all the harder for us to choose a top 3 at the end. And this is going to be really difficult. And tonight's going to be no exception. First song. So Fede Lobe is from Argentina. Music producer, and influences include Hans Zimmer, Kendrick Lamar, Eddie Vedder, and Jeff Buckley. This song, it says here in the song notes, one night coming home, I came home with a riff playing in my head. So this song was produced on a given day and a given afternoon, being anywhere in which Gabo, a crazy friend, came home, and out of nowhere I made him throw some bars at the mic. It ended up resulting in this song, which it says here flies wigs. Some of the comments include very cool riff, like the guitar riff, so obviously it's riff-based song, vibes, nice bass, and I said that's a really cool groove, but it hasn't drawn more than just the one save so far. I think it's worth a lot more than that, and I think our audience and you two probably would enjoy it. I hope so.
All right. I'll have to look up the flies wigs things. I tried to look it up, but all I got was flies as pictures here. So here we go. Fede Lobe with Voy Solo. Let's check it out.
Llame ese viaje, cabo del cabotaje, esclavo soy el Gabo de las rimas que te traje. Parado ser humano, grabando en el estudio de mi hermano que me ha aguantado el rap sin los repudios. Mal salen los chavales, los cortometrajes, yo me muevo en la prosa haciendo kilometraje. Es más chiquigui, niga, o fíjate compa que estoy apagando mis complejos. Y yo voy solo. Llevo sin llegar desde lejos, con tu mirada oscura y pesada, siempre desempeñando con la fiesta. Y yo voy solo, llevo sin llegar desde lejos, con tu mirada oscura y pesada, siempre desempeñando con la fiesta. Que ya palabrea, como el pibito con flow estoquea, esmoquea, tengo el estilo de la necochea. Vale chavales, sacale los males, no pueden hacerle los baños de sale. En esta sala comandando esta nave,
ven. Falta de respeto a la vida o a Dios, a lo que sea, no ser feliz. ¿Por qué? Veo, oigo, hablo, camino, amo. ¿Por qué no estás feliz? Si no estás feliz, culpa tuya. Porque si hay algo que lo impide, cambialo, echalo.
Y yo voy solo, Llevo felicidad desde lejos, que tú mi aventura y pesada, siempre desempeñado con la fiesta. Y yo voy solo, llevo felicidad desde lejos, que tú mi aventura y pesada, siempre desempeñado con la fiesta.
Okay, that one was Voy Solo by Fede Lobe. Ah, Smart Monkey. What do we think, man?
Yeah, okay. So, good opener. Always like a bit of a lively opener, and it has a kind of upbeat feel to it, even though it's a kind of hip-hop rock combo, which I love a good hip-hop rock combo. It's one style that is underplayed a little bit. I'm not a fan of that hip hop that just repeats itself. Yet a good old rock hip hop just adds that element of variation into it. It's always a bit more interesting. So it's a winner there from that side of it for me. I've made a note here, and I didn't hear it so much on this one, but I would have lifted the vocals when I heard it on my proper speaker setup. I've made a note saying I would have lifted the vocals up a little bit, but I didn't actually hear it too bad on this one, so maybe I'll just retract that. I don't know. It's a nice sounding track. Another minor critique, just tiny one, is I would have loved that guitar solo to just be a little bit longer. Always love a bit of a guitar solo where it takes center stage for a little while. Really enjoyed the little tweaks and effects they had, like where the lo-fi bit comes in just again to give that variation on the vocals. So, you know, it's a good job from all that aspect of it for me. It just takes a hip-hop track, makes it much more interesting. Whole bunch of little features they've added just to keep it alive and to keep that variation going. So yeah, good track.
Nicely done. And you know, I like the fact that, you know, we're kind of hitting on different tracks as show openers. So Carlos Fandango, how do we do here?
Well, again, we often have a sort of feisty sort of rock little number at the start to open the show, but this is, as Rob says, it's a rock and hip hop fusion. So if you think, you know, and it is underplayed, it's not done enough because it does work, and we know from years ago, Aerosmith and Run DMC, Walk This Way really worked well, and you know there have been few and far between others that sort of are akin to that. However, I would say, you know, the riff does get you in right from the start. So it's a hooky riff, and of course, if you've got the idea in his head, we all know what it's like as you know, if you're a composer, songwriter, musician, you get an idea in your head, you got to get it either recorded on your phone, anything you can, get that idea down, and you just feel like you've got to work on it straight away. And I'm glad they did, because it's not bad for an afternoon's work. And it's not my usual sort of thing, but again, I've always said hip hop and rap, I do listen to it, but not often. But when it's musically interesting, yeah, and sonically interesting, and it's got interesting ideas and a bit of ebb and flow, then I'm in it, because it's, you know, good music is good music, whatever the genre. But yeah, that's pretty much it for me. And yeah, good opener, liked it, very good.
Good opener for sure. Definitely not a new concept, because as Carlos had mentioned, Aerosmith and Run DMC. Then we had a little bit going into the future. We had Anthrax with Public Enemy. I believe it was Anthrax. They had a song called Bring the Noise. I'm pretty sure it was Anthrax. I know it was Public Enemy for sure, but I'm pretty sure that it was Anthrax. So not a new concept to bring rock and hip hop together. And this is enjoyable like this. One of the better things about Eminem for me was the storytelling and the way that the song progresses. And you know, and there's a lot of deeper meaning to it, where as opposed to now, we're really getting these, you know, what was the shortest one we had? Like 1 minute and 20 seconds long, I think.
Yeah, Carolina's Jam, I think it was.
It was very, very short, and it was nothing but repetitive. And so this is what really.
Oh, sorry.
What?
Sorry, Carolina Zam's one wasn't repetitive. That was. Oh, you were talking about rap and hip hop.
Yeah. Rap.
Sorry.
Hip hop song that we.
Forgive me, Caroline. Sorry, my mistake. I just dissed Caroline by mistake. I didn't mean to. I didn't realize I was dissing it.
For what? Why?
Well, you said it was short and repetitive, but Caroline's one wasn't short and repetitive. It was just short.
It was, yeah, it was short, but I'm talking about the rap and hip hop genre. Just
yeah. Sorry, I obviously stepped in with the listening.
Yeah, get your other ear working. Okay. So, but that's the problem with rap and hip hop these days. Is it's super repetitive. It's usually pretty vulgar, and you know, I mean, it's not really enjoyable, rap and hip hop anymore. Back in the day, it used to be very enjoyable. It used to have, you know, a lot of meaning put into the songs and a lot of effort put into the songs too. But so this one, I like the idea of it. It sounded like it was produced for as quickly as it was produced. It was very well produced. It was very well put together. So I do like the lo-fi elements. I do like the instruments in there. Nothing really sounds like it's out of place. So good job, Fede Lobe, Voy Solo.
And I forgot to say, actually, that on my notes, I forgot to say that I've put very Eminem in the music vibe. So I can imagine Eminem, you know, rapping to this song and doing a song with lots of details in it and everything. So it's got that sort of vibe in his music, that sort of dark undertone and groove, a bit of groove. He always got a bit of a groove in his songs as well, which is good.
Yeah. It's exactly what I was talking about before.
Yeah,
a lot of storytelling.
I second that.
A lot of depth. You know, this one. The only critique that I would have is, you know, I mean, it's nobody's fault, but I don't understand the words. I'd love to know what is being said here. That's the only critique that I would have is do an English version if you possibly can, and you know, get it out there into the world. So once again, folks, do visit the video description below if you loved Voy Solo there, and go and share it with the world and check it out. Put it on your own personal playlist. So moving on to track number 2, Autumn with Daydreams. What do we got going on, Carlos Fandango?
So way down in Kokomo, and I presume Iron is Indiana, is it?
Yes.
Yes. Autumn is from Kokomo, Indiana, USA. Influences include Billie Eilish, Miley Cyrus, Dominic Fike, Carrie Underwood, and Taylor Swift. So this song was, I believe, this is the first and only upload so far from Autumn, and it says here, I wrote this song because I've always been embarrassed of wanting to pursue music, so consumed in what people may think, and this is how a lot of people feel, because they keep their songs to themselves, and it's such a daunting thing trying to put your music first out to the world and uploading it to some to the main music platforms. It's scary because it's your soul going out there. But she says if it's cringy or bad, or if they'll make fun of me for it. So that's always the worry. Finally pursuing a long goal of mine by making this song and then having to share it was very vulnerable, but it's worth it because it's what I love. And so glad she did. I'm sure a lot of people are going to like this one. Shane Rickerson, who we featured last week, says it sounds great. Coco Capella says this is unique and beautiful ethereal voice. Rob Sweeney says very unusual. And Q Turner Music says nice message, beautiful voice, keep on creating. So a lot of people commenting on the voice as well. So see what you think. Usually more and more we've been noticing that a lot of people have been actually paying attention to the voice of the artist. Autumn with Daydreams, also available on Spotify. Please do once again visit the video description below, find the link and find this song, put it on your playlist. Let's get Autumn out there and let's check it out.
Outside of my destiny, where I shall align with the future me, but my mind tells me it's unattainable. But I have daydreams, shooting star in the sky. discreet. Give me fame, I don't want shame for doing what I climb right up the ladder. Don't tell me it won't get better. You'll see in the headline newsletter. Watch and see. I'm a star in the sky. Might be a little shy. Sing my songs in the lights. Yeah, that's my kind of night. Seems so bittersweet. I don't wanna be discreet. Give me fame, I don't want shame for doing what I like.
All right. That was Autumn with Daydreams doing what she likes, Carlos Fandango.
Yeah. Okay. So this is one of those old style retro kind of bluesy sort of songs done in that sort of 1950s sort of style, early 60s, with that sort of kind of rock and roll sort of vibe going on and blues with 21st century production. So you did have quite a few of these sort of artists, well, kind of, you know, doing those old kind of like think of Christina Aguilera doing Candyman, different kind of thing, but it was alluding to the older styles of songs. And the two things I thought of most was Katie Melua with her voice, that kind of thing, and also that kind of I couldn't think of anybody, you know, in those kind of old films. Well, actually, like Who Killed Robert Rabbit? Who killed Roger Rabbit? Jessica Rabbit, I think it is. She's sort of like a singer in a bar, kind of. So it's that kind of thing, but not the cartoon. But you know, those kind of old style songs where they're singing, performing in a sort of cocktail lounge bar in America, and it's that kind of song. But the backing music with the piano part was nice, and all the music was nice, very good, well handled, and had a bit of a swing and a swagger and a vibe to it. So I really like this one. It's good, and I think, yeah, this is the kind of thing that get any other mainstream popular artist to do something like this, and it's going to be a hit. So I like it. It's good. She's done really well. I want to hear more, and I think Autumn's got a lot of potential, and I think she should be encouraged to write more and more and release as much as you can. Keep writing.
Absolutely. I 100% agree with those statements. Mr. Monkey.
Yep, me too. Definitely so. That this vocalist could have like shied away and not created this track because they were nervous of how people will receive them, and yet when you listen to it, it's beautiful. And I think the style of the music they picked is perfect. You know, you've got that very laid back blues style that just allows it to be a very chilled track, and she doesn't have to sing it in a very particularly powerful way. And someone made a comment that just resonated bang on for me, which was your vulnerability turned out to be your strength. And I think that nails this vocal style perfectly. You know, she didn't have to try and sing better than anybody else, sing louder or more perfectly than anybody else. It's that shyness that comes through. The lyrics are beautifully put, so they just combine each other so well. And then add it to this kind of very bluesy, chilled swing. It makes a cracking track, and I totally agree that, you know, Autumn shouldn't stop here. She should keep on going and putting more music out there, more songs like this, because I think there's a talent here. It's a really good one.
That there is, most definitely. Yes. Autumn really reminded me more of an Amy Winehouse kind of jam with this one here. But I totally get what Carl was kind of alluding to there, is the fact that you know, Who Framed Roger Rabbit with Jessica Rabbit is definitely kind of like you know, a very vibey kind of like blues and jazz, like a jazz bar with a nice dress on, and just really performing your heart out, you know, because even if you just had a piano rolling with this, with her vocals, it's very, very beautifully done, very beautifully done. So I like the song, and yeah, it's funny because, you know, a little bit just more shyness, and we would have never heard this. And as great, Autumn, that you've broken out of your shell and that you've put this music out, and can't wait to hear more from you.
And it is such a nerve-wracking moment when you press the button and I use DistroKid, which is obviously the sister thing to Slaps, and it's you press the button to upload and send it out there, and it's like, that's it, it's done, it's out there, my soul's out there now. It's kind of you kind of feel very exposed. So, but I've got to say, Autumn, really good job. I like your image as well. You're cultivating it. I can hear also the Billie Eilish in that as well. There's definitely sort of that kind of vibe when Billie Eilish does that kind of music, the older style stuff. But I would say take them as influences, absorb as much as you can from as many influences as possible, but be true to yourself, be yourself, write your own style of lyrics, find your own groove, and you've got your own image created there that look in the mirror from, so it's slightly distorted in the mirror, bit of glitter and everything. So yeah, really good image. Keep that going, and who knows what might happen. Also listen to Maya Klaas on slaps.com, Autumn, because again, got a lot in common and in sync there. The sort of have a listen to the sort of different styles of music she's doing, and you could easily sort of probably sing to a few different types of music and styles. So give it up.
Absolutely. Yeah, Maya Klaas, Autumn here. Two great talents with tremendous potential for the future still. So good luck to you, Autumn. We wish you the best here at the Underground Sound. So once again, folks, please do visit the video description below. Comment, did you like that song? Did you not like it? I'm pretty sure that you did, but do visit the video description below and hit the links there and put that song on your playlist. Get that song out into the world, please. Let's give Autumn a boost here. So we are reaching our first installment of the Purple Bowl of Destiny.
Yes, indeed, and it's just going to come over the screen just like Star Wars with that big. Oh no, it's my hand. With that big ship comes over. No, it's not even going to go into. There we go. How impressive
if I
was
had
that?
seen that as the opening scene on Star Wars, I probably would have left.
Oh, I'm sure your jaw just dropped.
History would have changed in a moment.
And then, so we'll imagine the size of the little ship coming after it. It's my little Zambuk tip. Oh, that's the one in front, isn't it? Shh, Zambuk. Here it goes. Oh, Zambuk, by the way. Recommend that to anybody. It's a very old sort of style of thing. And Zambuk. Made in Britain. It's just like because I had a bite on my leg, spider bite or something, and it's.
You wondered where you were going when you looked down there.
it's good because you put it all over, smear it all over, and then go wild. So basically, it's like a sort of green stuff. But if you ever visit old places, like you get to these museumy places that are trying to be old, Victorian sort of things, a street scene or something like that. That's the smell you smell. So it's Zambuk. That's really good.
That old places, like old people's homes. That's the way it smells.
This show is sponsored by Zambuk.
I was just exactly going to make that joke. Thanks to Zambuk for sponsoring today's show. If you have a spider bite, just rub that shit all over and you'll be fine.
That smell like an old people's home. Lovely.
So impressive, eh? Here it comes. Right, so I'm going to stir it. You choose. You say when, and we'll choose one of those categories. Will come out, and we'll choose the latest uploaded song on slaps.com and choose that artist randomly.
Yeah, I was going to say stop looking at the damn bowl. Okay, stop.
Oh, that was one that flew into my hand there. Do you know what? I thought, oh, punk again, but it's not. Sounds like punk, but isn't punk. It's a funk.
Oh, what sounds like punk?
I don't know what that kind of music would sound like. Oh dear, it's punk music. Right, so while Tom's looking up the artist, the latest one uploaded, I'll give you a few little dad jokes that we've got from our special dad joke container. So, what relation is a doormat to a doorstep? Stepfather.
What?
It's a stepfather.
Oh, my God, that's a bit
Yeah,
complicated for me. That one.
What happened to the man who invented the door knocker? He won the Nobel Prize.
God.
Yeah. How do you get a baby astronaut to sleep? You rock it. Who was the coldest Roman emperor? Julius Caesar. What training do you need to be a litter collector? None. You just pick it up as you go along.
All right, let you have the last two. They were quite funny.
All right, do you want one more? You ready yet, Tom, or do you want more?
On, one more.
Oh, I want one more. Yeah.
Why did the florist sell his shop? He could see there was no fuchsia in it.
All right, I'll let you have the last three.
I've got two more, but they can wait till later if you want.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Too much of a good thing. Too much of a good thing is no good for you, is it?
No, I guess not. All right, we're heading out to Glasgow, UK here. Let's see, Jamieson and Futuristic Damn Ears. Frustrated musician. Let's present screen now. So as mentioned, Jamieson is from Glasgow. 10 tracks, 881 plays, 64 followers here. Alternative rock and blues is where this is stated as. Red Hot Chili Peppers, Clash, Beatles, Stevie Wonder, Amy Winehouse, Mama's Gun as some of the influences. There we go. That's the word I was looking for. I didn't quite get that. So it's not the first one here. Love Sharks is more of rock things. So we're going to funk. We're just going to go that one step down here with Frustrated Musician 4. Jamieson and Futuristic Damn Ears. So
I think you might enjoy this because I did hear this the other day and was contemplating adding it to the show anyway. So I'm glad it's come up because I think I did comment on this one on one of the tracks that Jamieson did. So I think you're going to like it, hopefully.
I've noticed a lot of tracks that you've commented on. if I'm on Slaps and I just pick a song at random, usually your comment there. So Carlos Fandango keeping busy and listening to all of these musicians here. So here we go with Jamieson and Futuristic Damn Ears, Frustrated Musician, available on Spotify and YouTube as well. 53 plays, 29 fires with one save. This will be the 54th play from the Underground Sound. Let's check it out.
But time is not your friend. It's 9 to 5 again. The daily grind is not who you are. You're never making sounds, worrying about the pounds and what you're gonna do to get by. The music in your mind is leaving you behind. There's nothing left for you but to cry. Oh my frustrated musician. Nobody's going to listen to all the warm weather sounds that I'm missing. From your stone cold world, frustrated musician, you may as well just sit on your hands because nothing seems to go as you planned. In your stone cold world, 12-year-old computer is knocking at your door. It freezes and it crashes before you play a chord. There's it's only there to fool ya, 'cause there's nowhere else that it can be stored. And when you're feeling funky, your gear gets kinda clunky. 2 hours later, nothing to share. You should be with the band, but Corona plays its hand. You're stuck on red red, it's time to go. Nobody's going to listen to all those funky sounds that I'm missing from your stone cold world. Frustrated musician, you may as well just sit on your hands, because nothing seems to go as you planned in your stone cold world.
That was pretty cool. Let's see. We have the Owl of.
We have the Owl of. Dun, dun, dun. Owl, come on. Yeah, that was cool. I think I was just wanted to do a bit of a big build up to that one. So, Owl of approval for sure. And you're looking very studious tonight, Al, of course. And you've been reading. What have you been reading? All right, we don't know. But I don't think he's actually been reading. But basically, Al liked it. I liked it. Right, so with this one. This is definitely one I had heard before. I'm going to save it now because I really do like that. On second listen, it's apparent that it's definitely something I like. Very 80s, very funky, very groovy. Rolls along nicely. All the instruments are good. The instrumentation's good. The bass guitar is a bit of a star for me. Really good moments. Shazoo commented. There's a comment from somebody called Shazoo saying about that it's very Curiosity Killed the Cat. So if you think about one of the tracks, Misfit, it's got that sort of sound. They think it was their follow-up single. But for me, you know, there's a little bit of Jamiroquai in there, I suppose, in the 90s, but most of all, it's the sort of Prince. If you've ever seen Purple Rain, the film, then you've got the band that is up against his band in it is called Morris Day and the Time. And I've mentioned that in my comments on the track. And actually, Jamieson said, yes, I was aiming for the Time kind of sound. So that was a really obscure on the button sort of guess on that one on my part. But it really had that feel. And it's got such a funky early 80s, specifically 82, 83 sound of groove. And it's just really good. I like it. Really good song. Stays in your head as well.
Stays in your head for sure. I've got this funky background now.
I've seen those for ages.
No, it was definitely a funky song. Loved it. Mr. Monkey, what say you, sir?
Yeah, well, what can you do except just get down to that? I mean, to me, bass beautifully driving that whole track through. This funky bass just going along, driving it. You got your disco elements happening. You know, a little bit. They're not over the top disco, so it's not an over the top disco track. It's got a more of a funky sort of contemporary feel to it. Nice laid-back vocals. To me, I was loving the keyboard parts. They were just jamming in with that at it towards the end of the track. Just took it to another level again. So it just got this really funky, groovy, catchy track. Add to that the lyrics. And yeah, this is a Purple Bowl winner in my mind. It's really good.
Purple Bowl winner all the way. So yeah, I was thinking that this had a lot of Jamiroquai influence in it, which I very much enjoyed, and also reminded me. I don't know if you guys know who Midnight Star is, but they had this. They had a funk song that was "No Parking on the Dance Floor Tonight." It was just. It was crazy because I was on a road trip. I was falling asleep in the car. We were kind of like driving through Atlanta at the time, had the local radio on, and No Parking on the Dance Floor came on, and automatically I was a fan of Midnight Star right there. And I am a big fan of Frustrated Musician here, Jamieson with Frustrated Musician there. Very cool track. Very, very, I mean, from start to finish, very well produced. It's exactly as advertised. It is funk, and it's good. I mean, I can't give it any type of criticism here. I think that, yeah, I think, you know, Rob has said this about a few songs here, is that the only criticism that I would give is that it's a little bit too short. I'd love for this to kind of like drag on and keep on going. It's a great song all around. 2 thumbs up, 6 thumbs if I hadn't. So
you wished. Yes, it's a hand up for me. Very good. 5.
Oh, only one hand. That's a bit.
Yeah, well, I can do both. I can do both. See.
No, it's still one hand. I'm sorry, I don't quite.
All right.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you convinced me now.
I thought there was something else up his bum now. So.
Yeah, there's something else. It's Al. It's Al. There's nothing else. Nothing else controlling the Al.
All right.
I'll try and find out what you've been reading, Al, because you haven't, have you? No. You see, Al's admitted it now. It hasn't been. Just wants to look cool, look intelligent.
Actually, you've kind of concerned me a little bit there, because for the first time, you put both hands up, and Al was independent to you. So Al is his own entity. Yet, just previously, we did see your hand up as bum, which would suggest there's other alternative reasons.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Okay. It is me controlling the Al's head. I admit that, but the rest of Al is independent.
Look, I'm not convinced. I think Al is a living thing.
Why are you blushing all of a sudden?
Oh, I don't know. It just feels wrong now. I mean, you know, to have my hand up an Al's anal canal. just wrong. Oh, sorry, Al. It might be the last show we do now. Sorry. You're okay if I put a glove on, though, aren't you? Yeah, maybe a glove. That's that. Yeah.
Yeah, we've seen it before.
That's true. You have, haven't you? Yeah. Right. Well, can you say goodbye? All right. Say goodbye.
Bye,
Bye, Al.
Bye, Al.
Yeah.
We'll see if we can send someone out to save you soon.
Ah, Al's okay. Shall I tell you about the next one?
Oh,
yeah. Go on.
I'm wondering if this is Mario Zedog or if it is actually Mario Zedog. Zedog.
Yeah, this is it. It's Mario Zedog from Lima in Peru. I think it's the first time I've been to Peru, where Paddington Bear comes from, of course.
I was about to say Paddington.
Deepest, darkest Peru. So Mario Zedog is a guitarist and composer, an artist. Well, actually, it says guitarista, compositor y artista plástico. I'm thinking what plastico would be. Maybe we can look it up. Okay.
Pretty sure it means plastic. So
yeah, but really, composer of plastic music? No, can't be right. You'll have to Plastico. See if we can look it up and find out. But influences, actually, wow, some cool influences here. Paco de Lucia, cool. John McLaughlin, excellent. Vicente Amigo, Los Troveros Criollos, and Oscar Aviles, and a number of others. So, what do we know about this one? So, Audite Poverelle, or Poverelle, translates as "Listen, poor ones." This composition was inspired by Saint Francis of Assisi's exhortation for the poor ladies of San Damiano to always live in truth. The melody of Audite Poverelle blends classical and Baroque styles. So this is our instrumental slot, traditionally our song 4. So see what you think. It's nice, relaxing, chilled out. And I think you'll, hopefully like it. This is an instrumental, a bit different for us. We're going to go a bit classy and classical now.
It actually does mean guitarist, composer, and plastic artist.
Oh, okay.
That's the exact translation of it from courtesy of Google Translate. No affiliation. But yeah, guitarista, compositor y artista plástico, guitarist, composer, and plastic artist. I don't have no idea what the plastic artist portion means of that. Maybe he works with plastic, makes Barbies or something like that. Who knows? I don't know. Audite Poverelle. Do we know what that means?
Oh, I did look it up before. Oh, sorry, that does, yes. It translates, he said in the notes here, didn't he? That it translates as listen, poor ones.
Listen, poor ones?
Yeah, I think it was an exhortation of speech by St. Francis of Assisi, who said many great things. So this was one of them.
Okay. Why am I all of a sudden shocked that you actually know shit like this? All right, let's.
Well, I know little bits of what St. Francis of Assisi has said. So
it actually says it in the freaking.
I'd already mentioned that. Yeah, I'd mentioned that. So
yes, I am quite knowledgeable about all of this. Oh
no, but famously, Margaret Thatcher, when she ascended to the prime ministership in May '79, she famously quoted St. Francis of Assisi outside the doors of number 10 Downing Street. So, and St. Francis of Assisi is well known for exhorting many good things and positive truths.
Okay.
Over to you. And on that bombshell, over to you, Tom, in the studio.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fandango. All right, Listen, Poor Ones by Mario Zedog. Let's check it out. Well. Oh boy, it's one of those songs that I got to say really baffles you why a person is not larger than they are. Why is this music still underground, Mr. Monkey?
Yeah, interesting track. There's a lot more going on in this track than it first appears. So when you hear it, you think, oh, it's got a nice little acoustic guitar track coming up, and it sounds like it's going to just be solely acoustic guitar. But what I really like about this track is that there are some beautifully layered pads that jump in and out of this to just add an additional layer of intrigue to it, give it this tiny bit more of an ethereal vibe to it, so that it's not just an acoustic track. The whole thing comes together really well, and I like a good bit of acoustic guitar, and this has this almost classical element to it. But as soon as you add those pads in, those little delicate pads, it just takes it that little level further, and almost brings it into this almost electronic classical acoustic. The whole thing then gets this very chill vibe, and it's a very pleasant track and very cleverly crafted. Those pads are just so beautifully dropped in there that they're just so subtle, and they just accompany it just perfectly, and then they pull back again, so that the acoustic guitar is always the dominant star of this. It's a nice track. It's really clever.
Clever indeed, Mr. Fandango.
Well, so basically this one, so Mario is basically putting the class into classical music. Really is. This is a stunning composition, akin and equal to Mauro Giuliani. So there's an old program in the UK called Tales from the Riverbank, which was Mauro Giuliani's Andante in C. It's got that kind of flavor to it, just a lovely, beautiful, stunning, wistful, reflective, dreamy track. Now, with the pad synths, you're then talking about you're going into the areas of Sky. Well, so that would be John Williams playing that, for instance, with, I don't know who would be the keyboard player then, but it's a Richard Monk or whatever it was. But basically, it's like it could fit onto a Sky album really nicely and easily. It's that good. I would say there's also so it's up there really. What I was going to say was it's up there with you know the likes of John Williams, Paco de Lucia, Julian Bream, Andres Segovia, all those, you know, just that kind of standard of playing and expression in the guitar. Chord changes, exquisite. Some of the just the changes, the way the song was weaved around, you know, this sort of feel on the chords, and those Baroque chord changes from minor to major were just absolutely amazing and beautiful. So it's got that sort of real old feel to it, as if it's always been there. So I love this one, and I think this is a real winner. Can't believe it's had 253 plays and only 17 fire and 2 saves. That's ridiculous. But you know, there's no accounting for taste, but there are people out there that would love this. Classic FM are the sort of channel that should be playing this sort of music, but they just play the old standards. They don't play a lot of the new stuff. So it's going to be up to us with our big chill pill radio show on the Underground Sound. When it gets set up, that'll be going on there.
The Big Chill Pill. I forgot about that one. I forgot about the Big Chill Pill. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this really took me to different places, because I really thought that I automatically thought of like Beethoven with the Moonlight Sonata, for example, and this song sounded very, very medieval. And back in I think it was 97. There was a game that was released. It was Final Fantasy VII, and I remember I absolutely loved this video game. It took forever to kind of like figure that game out, but this was exactly the type of song that would be in that video. I can't believe he didn't mute his mic.
What were they doing?
Oh,
Hello.
yeah, you just messed up my review. If you're gonna run around the house chasing your pussy, then fucking mute your mic, man.
I wasn't that loud, was I?
Yeah.
You kind of caught me like right in the middle of my fucking review there. I was.
Oh, what was it? Because I was singing on the way back.
Oh, I thought you were chasing your pussy around.
No, I was letting my pussy out. Actually, it's putting the pussy out for the night, and well, not for the night, but I just sensed she was hanging around, wanting to get out. So yeah, release the pussy.
Anyway, as I was saying, let's get back to the Final Fantasy VII kind of thing. Is you know, when you're on this epic journey and you run into this town and you're kind of like chatting with all the town folk there and everything like that, that this could be the song that would be playing in the background. So commercially viable, absolutely, because this could definitely be in many of video games. I love the medieval feel to it. It is that chill pill effect to it. It really is so calming, yet motivational and very profound at the same time. So great job with that one.
That's a great word for it. Profound. That's exactly what it is.
It's beautiful.
It's that is the sort of music that's where someone's touched by God and divinity. That's comes straight down from the heavens. That song. It's great.
Yes. Absolutely agree. That's just pure and unbridled talent, and there is like I said, it's just a damn shame. It's a damn shame that musicians like this, like what you were saying, Carl, is that you do have the classical radio, but they're kind of like stuck playing what the program directors want, where this type of song needs that type of recognition. So great job. Moving on to track number 5 for our regular scheduled show here. Al Nunes, Under My Skin. What can you tell us about the song here, Carl?
So Al Nunes is Al. Let's have a look. So it doesn't say where else. Oh no, there we are. Singer-songwriter born in Portugal, with a passion of writing soulful songs about self-worth. So positive music. His motivation is to create music that can inspire and lift people up. Well, there's a good reason for doing it, letting them discover their strength. I always found my peace writing songs, and hopefully you'll find yours by listening to them. Well, that's really positive attitude, and I like that kind of motivation. Influence. That's interesting, because I commented on the song and mentioned this, but influences include Rag and Bone Man, James Arthur, Sam Smith, Bruno Mars, Adele, Jessie J, and Jacob Banks. It's the first track that Al has uploaded, and we've got a few comments. Nice G, keep it up, great job, sheesh, fire and good music pop. I think I mean pop music. That might be music pop. Maybe that's a new style. I don't know.
Good music pop.
Good music pop.
Good music pop. All right. Al Nunes, Under My Skin, also available on Spotify. Let's check it out.
I've got something weird inside my mind that I'ma try to find. If you feel the same, come with me in this heart of mine. It's alright, baby. It's alright, baby. I got a feeling we can find a good place to hide. You make me feel some type of way that I cannot describe. It's alright, baby. It's alright, baby. 'Cause I got you under my skin, and you say that I'm in, but not enough. Go deeper, come closer. If this is just a one-night stand, let's make the most of it. You know I got what you need, and you are loving it. It's alright, baby. It's alright, baby. Now you want me to be your man, but you don't understand that all I want from you, my girl, is your body in my hands. It's alright, baby. It's alright, baby. 'Cause I got you under my skin, and you say that I'm in, but not enough. Not enough. Go deeper. Come closer. I want it. I can't control myself. Deeper. Come closer. I want it. I can't control myself.
Top 3 is going to be a nightmare tonight. Smart Monkey.
This is a cracking track. It is cracking. As Carl already said, you know, the stylings of Rag and Bone Man are there. Welshly Arms, you know, these are artists that I love. And when I heard Al's voice, I was just blown away. I mean, I was immediately just captivated by his vocals. Then add to it the production quality on this track. I mean, it's just oozing quality. It really is. And this is a classic example where if production's right, everything just shines. It just shines. And, you know, right down to even those drum fills as they come in. And I'm like, oh, this is just, there's so much going on in this track to like. It's just radio friendly. It's ready to go. I would add this to my playlist. It's very, very likely to be up there in my top 3 tonight. I'm not gonna lie.
Well, that's what I was saying. The top 3 is just going to be a nightmare tonight. Is the feeling that I'm getting? You know, so far we're track 5 into a 12-track program. So, Carlos Fandango.
It's going to be very difficult indeed. I mean, I only heard this one, I think once the other day, and it was brought forward from a future show in order, this was one of those ones that's been thrown into the mix at the 11th hour into the new sort of 12-track show format, temporary format, and it does make top 3s really difficult now. So because the quality was so good. I mean, it's professional production, like Rob said. You know, everything, all the music, the instruments had its place and was able to breathe. You know, and the thing is, that's what good production does. You know, with the automation, if you bring something forward in the mix and bring something back, and it's just everything's got its moment in the sunshine in that song. But the thing that really does shine the most is the voice. The vocals are very Rag and Bone Man, but he's got his own style that's really good. Again, when I first heard this, I thought, okay, it's one of those sort of gravelly rock singers. Yeah, okay. But then I thought, no, do you know what? Hearing it now, it's just you think, well, this guy's got some serious talent, and I like it. I like his voice. I like the song a lot more than I did on first listen. So, but I think this will probably be the most commercially viable track. I mean, whether it gets into my top 3 or not, it's going to be difficult, but it's probably the most commercially viable track, the one that would get played on the radio the most, I think. And but when those drums kick in, and it's so powerful, it gives it a lot of ebb and flow. I was going to give it probably a good 8 to 8.5 on the bird of ebb and flow. So that's quite the way up on the old the
pecker of ebb and flow, yes.
Pecker of ebb and flow, yes. Indeed,
yeah,
yes.
We haven't seen you get your pecker out for a while, to be fair.
Not for some time. No, that's true. Yeah, that is very true. I haven't had my pecker out for some time. But yeah, I like the little detail again with the ebb and flow. It's the ticking clock at the start, and then it sort of builds, and then it drops away again, and then it builds. the drums come in and it's just wham, hits you. But all along, the consistent part, the star of the show is the vocal, and the producer, whether it's Al or a professional producer, somebody's obviously thought, this is the star of the show. The voice. It's all about the voice, and it's going to be for his career. I want him to upload more. Can't wait to hear the next ones. And yeah, what a strong song. Great, really good.
I have myself followed, saved, and left some fire here. I can't wait to hear more. As a matter of fact, let me click on this link here and see if Al has some stuff up on. Okay. Yes. So Al does actually have a let's see, 1, 2, 3, 3 songs up on Spotify. So that'll be those will be really cool to check out. I love this quote here. I always found my peace writing songs, and hopefully you'll find yours by listening to them, Al Nunes. And the description here, it is a sexual but not explicit pop rock song, is just exactly what it is. It's
yeah, because it's kind of got that sort of raw, unfettered sexuality.
Yes, sexy.
And it's testosterone, and it's that kind of, yeah, it's quite a sexy song, but it's not, you know, overly sexualized, and it's not dirty. You know, it's a good, it's emotional.
Perfect description for it, because I got to tell you, dude, when you hear this guy's voice, it just blows your world apart. Like, honestly, like, his voice really shines. So I got to say that either Al is, you know, a professional music producer himself, or he is working with a professional music producer, because the producer definitely knew where to tweak everything. And it's nice. The comments that you gentlemen were making here is that everything has its moment. The spotlight shines on everything here. So the automation is top notch. The production quality is top notch. The voice is top notch. This is again type of song that should be being played on the radio, and not the humdrum commercialized stuff that we're listening to every day. So Al Nunes, great job. Can't wait to hear more from you. I'm gonna check out your stuff that you have on Spotify later on. So folks, once again, if you love that song, hop into the video description below, find Al's link, head on to his Spotify, put this song and whatever other songs that you love onto your own personal playlist, share them with the world. Let's try to get Al out there. Thank you.
Yeah, I think I know what's happening here. Al keeps, every time you say Al, it's Al, not Al. Oh, you look disappointed.
Owl, like Alan, for crying out loud. Owl.
Yeah. It's not you. It's not you. Every time it's Al, not Al.
Can Al sing like that?
Sorry,
if Al can sing like Al, go on. Al, sing for us.
You don't do much, do you? You do. There is a thing in here somewhere.
What have I done?
I don't know if you could. Can you hear that? Yes, it might have noise. If I talk at the same time, you might hear it, because the noise cancellation will take it out. But it's...
Oh yeah,
so, yeah, you can see it.
Save me.
It's like Al sounds, a bit squealy, isn't it? A bit sort of ouch,
help.
So before our track, I can't even put glasses on properly. Before our track 6, with shall we have our little quick For My Bluff?
Sure.
No.
Well, Robbie, this might be one that you win. Imagine you could draw a level with Tom at the moment, and with the audience, well, they're on 6 at the moment, so it's a bit of a a bit of a one-horse race at the moment. But there we go. But I'm sure
like a bit of a
I'm sure you'll catch them up anyway. But here we go. So the current scores and adores in this season so far. Audience, audience, you're on six wins, and that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 out of the last 7 shows have been wins for the audience. 2 due to Ephraim, Rookie Rogers. Tom's in second place with 3.
Oh, here we
And
go.
who's this in third place last? Rob with 2. So, your first word for tonight. Round 1. You've got, let's get my scores ready. Score sheet ready. There we go. So, Willet. So, it's W-I-L-L-E-T. Willet. Is it A species of green rushes, as in like rushes and bulrushes and things, plants? B, a bird of the snipe family native to North America? Or C, the accomplice to a card sharp? It says card sharp, but I'm thinking it's card shark, isn't it? Is it sharp? I thought it was a card shark.
I would think it would be a card shark too.
Anyway, let's call it sharp shark. Willet, is it a species of green rushes? B, a bird of the snipe family native to North America? Or C, the accomplice to a card shark? What do you think? What do you reckon? Any guesses?
I like the sound of B, Willet. It just sounds nice, doesn't it? Willet, Willet, Willet.
Won't it? Will it? Won't it?
Yeah, I like
Yeah, I think, yeah.
Same game with that.
I was thinking that.
What do you reckon, Tom? Any gut feeling?
God, well, that was my gut feeling.
Apart from feeling sick?
It was
We're hearing some funny rumblings there. Sounds like you have a gut feeling.
Is there a gut smell as well? The gut feeling?
No, I'm just gonna go with C, the card shark one here.
Okay, you're not going with your
Sounds
gut
like it makes
feeling?
plausible.
And audience, you don't trust either of them. You're going for A. Oh dear, a species of green rushes. Right, I can tell you. A willet is a bird of the snipe family native to North America. Is B. Rob got it right there.
Damn it, C. That's the thing, is I just don't want to agree with Rob.
Yeah, but
Willet?
gut feeling.
Willet.
Willet. Chela or Chela. C-H-E-L-A. Chela. A mountain cave that is used as a retreat by a Buddhist or Hindu monk. B, the prehensile claw of a crab, lobster, or scorpion. Chela. Or C, a Spanish American name for the common sparrow. Chela. I suppose they could make that sound as well. So A, a mountain cave is a chela, a mountain cave that is used as a retreat by a Buddhist or Hindu monk. B, the prehensile claw of a crab, lobster, or scorpion, giving it all that. And is it C, a Spanish American name for the common sparrow? What do you think chela is?
C.
You're going C, the Spanish American name for the common sparrow. What about you, Rob?
I didn't think that for a moment, but I'm going to go for B because you could almost hear it being an anatomical thing. Look at my chairs.
And audience, you don't trust them either again. You're going for A. Ooh. Okay, I can tell you, a chela is the prehensile claw of a crab, lobster, or scorpion. B.
Oh my God!
Smart Monkey's staging a massive comeback. He is coming back. Big star.
It's all just wrong now. It's all wrong.
So with Rob being 2-0 up, this means that it's just a game of dignity for Tom now and the audience. So, Peyton, P-A-T-E-N, Peyton. Is it A, could be pattern, but is it A, to roll out, brackets, pastry, etc.? B, in Holy Communion, the plate on which the consecrated bread is placed, Peyton? Or C, a wooden frame for a picture, Peyton? So is a Peyton or pattern to roll out pastry, etc. B, in Holy Communion, the plate on which the consecrated bread is placed. Or C, a wooden frame for a picture. Tricky one. What do you think? Is it rolling out plate or wooden frame for a picture?
This one's tough. I almost want to say B because it's a super long definition, but this game's tricky like that. Could
You
throw
never
you
know.
loop with it. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I have no idea here.
think-
Well, I guess as I say, in doubt, choose C, right? So I'll choose C.
Oh, I thought if in doubt, choose B. So is that what your policy is? Choose C in doubt. Okay, interesting. I go middle for diddle B usually if I'm. What about you, Rob?
Well, I want to go B on this one, but I don't know if I'm being somewhat swayed by Playton. But I'm going to go B, Peyton, because there's something in my head that sort of says something about a plate.
Yeah.
In that.
Okay. Audience.
Yeah.
Again, you don't trust them after all this.
Yeah, it's the same thing that I was thinking of with B.
They've gone for A again.
Yeah.
They've gone for A again. Okay, well, you've just gone for the same ones each time. That's really odd, actually. Yeah, interesting. So, Peyton is in Holy Communion, the plate on which the consecrated blood is placed.
Oh my God!
It's Rob. It's B. It's a straight victory of 3-0. He's wiped the floor with you. Embarrassing.
It
Unbelievable.
is embarrassing. I lost to a goddamn monkey.
You lost to a monkey. Yeah.
A thick monkey at that.
Oh, I've got some good words for next week. That's good. I like that. I'm looking forward to that. So this week's winner, and now in joint second place on 3 each, is Tom and Rob. 3 and audience on 6. You're halfway there. Collectively, you're equaling the audience, but you're on your way there. You are staging a big comeback, I reckon. There. Well,
I'm gonna start. I'm gonna start reading the dictionary tonight.
Adrian.
hold on. A cotton picking minute. What have I done here?
Oh, don't you go and
No. It's all right. I see what's happened here. I think the audience won that one, so I put that's where I went wrong. I put in a 1. I thought I'd misscored Tom, but it is correct. Wow, that's about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 since your last. Well, 6 ago was your last victory, Tom. So you've got to get back in there, get back into the winning habit as soon as you can.
Stop, because the whole thing is just, I wanted to go with my first instinct. I wanted to say B for the first one. I wanted to say B for this one. The middle one, I was very confused on. So
always go with the gut feeling. Yeah.
I just got to go with my gut feelings.
Got to all the time. That's what I think you used to do.
Terrible loss to a simpleton. It's just.
But I think you were playing safe. That if you'd gone with your gut feeling, you would have shit yourself.
Oh, I didn't even do the theme tune. Ding, 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 ding.
Okay, well, I'm not editing that shit, so just forget it. I'm really going to cut this portion up and put it back to where it actually belongs. Nope.
Yeah, just go and cut my win right out, wouldn't he? And then we have come up. Oh, Tom's a winner.
Well, where I said, Tom, you haven't won for ages, you could cut it to Tom won.
I could. I probably will. I was just thinking that myself.
Probably will.
Name that I recognize here for our regularly scheduled track number 6, Frankie Medlin. Run Back to Daddy. What do we got going on here, Carlos Fandango?
Oh, it's the title of the song. Sorry, I thought you were saying it to me. That's a bit creepy. Right, so no, Frankie Medlin. Now, I like Frankie Medlin. He's a nice guy. I've chatted to him on slaps.com and really genuine guy as well. So, and he does country music. He says, I wrote this song for my children. My dad actually died when I was 2. So I drew from my experience as a dad myself and the trials and tribulations we've been through. And I love being a dad. So what have people said about it? Landon Hicks says, awesome. Jimmy C56 says, real country, loving it. Jimmy Ritter Acuff is a great song man. And I've said, because it hasn't been loads of comments, beautiful. Now, this is my kind of music. So, and it's a wonderfully heartfelt delivery. So, see what you think. I mean, it's not going to be everybody's cup of tea, but I love this kind of track because it is honest. So it will resonate with some people out there. I know that much.
Frankie seems like a really stand-up kind of like genuine fella, definitely from the previous songs. They had a deeper meaning to them, and this one kind of like what you were talking about. His father passed away, and so this one was dedicated to his children. Just seems like a really nice, genuine kind of guy. So, Run Back to Daddy by Frankie Medlin. Let's check it out.
My childhood was always happy and I was home. Take me out of the mountains, my heart would roam. And I'd play cards with the devil, and I never had a winning hand. And I'd run back to my daddy, and now that's why I'm a man. I look back in his pictures and I see him in myself. Most every day I wish he was here. I'd ask him for his help. He'd say, buckle up, boy, you'll learn it as you go. Hold on to your memories, and son, just take it slow. I'd run back to my daddy, even though we weren't eye to eye. He'd have a handle on the future and what was best for my life. Sometimes he was much bigger and he made me kinda small. But my daddy was a man, much more than I recall. When his hair turned all white and he hardly spoke a word, I'd make sure I was listening. I'd make sure that I heard. His wisdom was a fortune, and his knowledge was tons of gold. And even now I run to Daddy, he lives in my soul. I run back to my daddy, even though we aren't eye to eye. He has a handle on the future and what's best for my life. Sometimes he's much bigger, I feel kinda small. But my daddy is a man, way much more than I recall. Way much more than I recall.
Had the little beach ball of death going on for a second there. Frankie Medlin, Run Back to Daddy, Carlos Fandango.
Yeah. See, this is a very sort of. I was trying to think the style of country artist that it's most closely associated with this sort of song, and I'm thinking really Willie Nelson more than anybody. I mean, there's others as well, but I think Willie Nelson, because particularly if you listen to his mid-90s album Spirit, that's got a couple of songs on there that one in particular about his wife that just cuts like a knife. It's just gets right to you. And I think anybody who's had a father who's been a good, strong, honest, solid role model will relate to this, and perhaps even those who haven't, but and wish they had. But I think this is heartfelt. It's emotional. It's old style country. It's it's basically unashamedly about being a man, real man, by masculinity. None of this silly toxic masculinity thing. They're just toxic traits. Proper masculinity is a really, really useful, good thing to have, and it's great if you can sort of pass on some great skills and ways to your sons and daughters. I mean, he says on his profile, a dad teaching the old ways of life and singing his songs. So, and this is what it's all about. So, but that line, even now I run to daddy, he lives within my soul, is such a poignant line. I mean, imagine Johnny Cash singing this on the American recordings with Rick Rubin producing. The emotional content being conveyed in that old weathered voice that he had at that stage would have been just phenomenal. So it's one thing that would be lovely to have heard Johnny Cash singing something like this. It's good enough for him to sing as well. It is a good song. It's a good track, really good. So I like it a lot. And it hits home, brings a tear to my eye, sort of chokes me up a bit, that one. And I can't imagine a time, just dread to think of the time when I don't have my dad around, because he's been a really good role model, really good. So and I'm very lucky. So just hits home because of that, really.
Heartfelt song indeed. Good is an understatement, Mr. Monkey.
Yeah. So this track's an interesting track. When I first heard it, I thought, it's a nice application of a country song. It is that kind of more traditional classic country song where there's a kind of emotional undertone to it. But where this track wins doubly over me is because it's so cleverly crafted, and that there's a double mourning going on here that probably isn't obvious until you read the description. His dad died when he was 2, so he lost his father. That's enough for anyone to mourn. But where this song is really clever is that he then extrapolates that out into the memories that he misses that he could have had if his dad had still been around, recounting them from his own fatherhood. Him being a father and doing the things with his children that he never had the opportunity to have with his own dad. Add that to this song and it just cranks up massively. And there's even more poignancy to this song, the way it's delivered, the lyrics, the song style, and the country element. I mean, there's no better place for a country song than when it's delivered in this sort of way. So when I understood that, this song just totally blew my mind. I mean, I lost my dad, and I had a good childhood with my dad, and I lost my dad in my in my 20s. So, I had a good time and to spend with my father, and this is mourning. Even the ability to have that, which is so probably a lot of us just don't comprehend. So it's a very beautifully moving track on many layers. So, I think if nothing more, at its minimum, this is a beautiful tribute to his father and for all those memories that they never got to share. And that's what gives this its power.
Boy. But hold on. I'm gonna have to do this one here. There we go. Yep. I tell you. So, okay. So we talked about it with a classical song here, and we're going to talk about it with here. That the song is very profound. right? And it's very profound for exactly the reasons that Smart Monkey just gave, is because you have Frankie reliving his father's life through his fatherhood. It's absolutely, it's fantastic, and I'm a huge fan of storytelling, as you guys know, through the music. But if you can imagine a song that you'd kind of like go and just really like, you'd be playing the guitar and just kind of like sing around a campfire, this would be it. It is classic Americana, and I agree with Carl. 100. Do you have guns?
Yep, got a gun.
The other end of the microphone. Okay. So, but where was I at with this one? Wait. So definitely Johnny Cash. Go ahead, just say something, Rob.
You gotta say something.
Say something, man.
Like Darren.
Eyes get wider as you go forward.
We are trying to be serious about a serious song here, Rob.
I know. I'm sorry.
Darn it, Rob! You're
Darn it!
making the fun of this whole procedure.
You farm it.
Gag, nabbit.
No, but exactly like I said before, is Frankie seems like a nice guy, and he seems like a genuine fellow there, and this song definitely proves that even further. So I gotta say, great one again. Nice tribute to Dad, nice tribute to the kids, nice tribute to to all the family there. So Frankie, keep on pumping out those jams, and we'll be here for you. Great song. Thank you for that emotional tribute there.
Yeah, that's excellent. Thank you, Frankie. Really enjoying what you're doing. Keep it coming. Please keep it coming.
Absolutely.
Yep.
So, two things that we forgot to mention at the beginning of the show here, so we'll mention them before we take our break here, is two deaths this past week, just a couple of days apart from each other. So we had Sinead O'Connor. If you remember Sinead O'Connor from Nothing Compares to You, probably her bigger commercial song there, had died at the age of 56. Very, very young woman, 56 years old. It's like, wow. You just kind of like, unbelievable, unreal, right? It's just that age, just seriously, it just does something else to you here. And obviously, also, I think it was yesterday. So that would have been July 27th. Was Randy Meisner, the co-founder of the Eagles, had passed away at the age of 77 as well. So, yeah, here we go. For our break, we shall say cheers and thank you for the music.
Yeah, cheers indeed. You may have checked out, but you've left us the music behind, and that will never leave us.
Cheers. Here.
I've unfortunately finished my beer, but I'll cheers in a minute when I fill it up.
Okay. Well, oh yeah, no. I'll get to that in a second. So we're going to hit our break here. I'm not going to do the pen swipe here or anything like that. What I would like for all you to do here, pretty please, is check out my quote unquote nephews. These are my cousin's kids. They are twins. They're about a minute apart from each other, but they've released a pretty hot jam, which is called Stres. And it's more or less a cover song to 21 Pilots' Stressed Out. Definitely has, you'll notice a similarity in it there. But it is in Polish. They do hip hop, and they got a lot of stuff going on, and they go by the stage name of Aron x Krux. So as we hit the break, please do enjoy this song. Leave some comments on it. Let me try to boost them up a little bit, because they've really been at this kind of like hip hop thing since they were about like 10 years old. They've been on the news. They've been featured. It's because it's like twins rapping, right? Like, how can you go wrong with this one here? So when they were visiting, they obviously got a lot of attention, doing what they do when we were like heading out downtown and everything like that. So please do check this one out. It's called Stres by Aron X Krux, and we shall see you after the break.
Wychodzę na ulicę, nie da się uciekać już dzisiaj. Każdy telefon ma już swojego człowieka. Cóż, jak to zrobić, man, żeby jebło to nie piktogram. Ale jeśli coś cię boli, proszę daj mi jakiś znak. Mówiłem im, że tylko praca da nam lepsze dni. Chcemy żyć przeszłością, ale wciąż musimy dalej.
Kiedyś wszystko zamieni w pył, co zrobić dziś? Kiedyś wszystko zamieni w pył, co zrobić dziś? Na chwilę cofnąć czas, choć na jeden dzień, bo ten cały stres nie daje normalnie spać. Na chwilę cofnąć czas, choć na jeden dzień, bo ten cały stres nie daje normalnie spać. Normalnie spać.
Podnoszę wzrok, no i czasami sam nie wierzę w to. Znam to, jedyne co daje nadzieję to chyba następny rok. Robię co mogę, ale nie tak jak chcą tego ci wokół. Staniesz w ogniu za nich, a potem zapomną i zostanie popiół. Kruche zaufanie i wiesz, nie mów, że nie. Komu dałbyś milion w nadziei, że nie uciekniesz szybko gdzieś? Ale każda blizna świadkiem udało się wyrwać. Zawsze wystarczy być sobą, no się z dumą, tak jak stygmat.
Kiedyś wszystko zamieni w pył, co zrobić dziś? Kiedyś wszystko zamieni w pył, co zrobić dziś? Na chwilę cofnąć czas, choć na jeden dzień, bo ten cały stres nie daje normalnie spać. Na chwilę cofnąć czas, choć na jeden dzień, bo ten cały stres nie daje normalnie spać.
Cały kina sen, potem daje 100% i się nie wydaje mi, że cel nieosiągalny jest. Co się zamyśliłeś gdzieś, sam już nie wiesz co jest 5, ale wake up, we need to make money. Cały kina sen, potem daje 100% i się nie wydaje mi, że cel nieosiągalny jest. Co się zamyśliłeś gdzieś, sam już nie wiesz co jest 5, ale wake up, we need to make money.
Na chwilę cofnąć czas, choć na jeden dzień, bo ten cały stres nie daje normalnie spać. Na chwilę cofnąć czas, choć na jeden dzień, bo ten cały stres nie daje normalnie spać.
All right. Okay. Welcome back, everyone, to the second half of the Underground Sound. We're moving on to track number 7. Usually this would be track number 6, but we do have the 12 track list. Actually 14 with the Purple Bowl of Destinies added to it. So it'll be 14 tracks that we're doing per show for the next couple of months, it seems like. I would like to introduce our very special guest, Justine Painter of Wayward Waves. Justine, say hi to everybody.
Hi, everyone. How we doing?
Hello. Really well. Hello. So you're not just over the other side of the Atlantic, you're right over the other side, aren't you?
Yeah, Arizona. Yeah, a little more
way.
over the curve of the earth, but yeah.
So you're 8 hours behind us, aren't you? So we're 20 past 10, 26 minutes past 10 at night. You're
It's 2:26 here. Yeah.
Wow.
Arizona doesn't change time, so we're aligned with either Pacific time or Mountain time, depending on the time of the year, and that can be really confusing. But we stay the same year round.
But all the same, it shows the vastness of America because you're 3 hours behind Tom in Florida.
Correct.
Incredible.
Correct.
Wow. Big old country.
And you and me, Tom, we're like, how much is the time difference between us? In
5 hours.
In the expanse of the UK?
5? Is it 5? Yeah, it's 5 because Poland would be 6.
What, 5? Like 0.5 of a second between me and Tom in the UK. Our time difference.
What the hell are you talking
Oh, do you mean me and you?
Yeah. So if I had to go and
call me
travel
Tom.
Did I say Tom?
Yeah, twice.
Oh, sorry, Tom.
So
Yeah, cheers.
Oh,
is there
I
is
don't know,
there
I should be more insulted.
I don't
is
know.
there
you
a
both
time
got
zone
this,
difference within England? Is there a time zone
Yeah,
difference?
yeah,
It's all
yeah.
the same.
It's
Well,
a big time difference.
From your perspective.
Yeah,
That's where my joke was going. And I've totally screwed
Oh.
it up. By
Yes.
confusing the two. I've got two bald heads, and I just got confused between the pair of them.
Listen, you
Right.
full-headed fucking hair mother.
Yeah. Didn't
How
we
dare
call
you.
that a rug?
How dare you?
I think he's wearing a rug, right?
He's wearing the rug, yeah.
Yeah, hold on. I'm gonna.
Yeah.
Straight
you
out,
have
yeah.
to work hard to.
It's actually attached to my headphones. I think it comes off the headphones.
That's gonna be the first thing that I do when I get to England eventually. Is I'm just gonna grab that and just
Grab
see
his
if it's-
hair.
Yeah, if
Yeah, rug.
it's actually
Rug.
there or not. Because he got a haircut recently, but the whole thing is the top still looks the same. The sides are a little trimmed. The top still looks the same. So I'm thinking
It never moves.
off. Yeah. I'm thinking that the top comes off.
There's a bit of Velcro under there.
That animal died of natural causes.
Roadkill.
All right.
Roadkill.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so off to a good start on the second half here. Moving on to once again track number 7 with Satorius with a song called "Lift Me Up." Carlos Fandango, what's going on here?
Yes, Satorius indeed. So it's Sebastian Fiocco from Australia who's behind Satorius. He says, I'm a registered nurse who also wants to be a songwriter, or at least as far as I can see, is a songwriter. So influences include Radiohead, Harry Styles, Smashing Pumpkins, Flaming Lips, and it's a slight misspell, but it says Coldplay. So Coldplywood is one of the influences. No, Coldplay is one of the influences, and has uploaded 3 songs so far onto Slaps. This one's called Lift Me Up. It says it's got quite a nice backstory, this one. And when you take this into consideration, I've got some of my big D peanuts in my mouth. Salty and crunchy and chewy. Basically, it says this track is about a young father who suddenly becomes unconscious and how he says goodbye to his wife and children. It was inspired by real events while working in intensive care. So when you know this and you listen to the lyrics, it's kind of really quite an emotional song. What have people said so far before we impart our comments after the song? They say, I dig it. Obsessed with the harmonies, incredible. And Maya Klaas, friend of the show, says beautiful soft vocals and beautiful melody. I like it. So if Maya Klaas likes it, I'm sure you're going to like it too.
Oh man, we're really gonna do this. 2 emotional songs in a row.
Oh yeah, I suppose it is. Well, not quite, but yeah.
For those of us who've lost our fathers, yeah, it really speaks to us.
Oh my goodness. Well, you should have heard Frankie Medlin's song just before.
I actually did listen to it.
Oh, you did you?
Yeah.
Oh, this is what I'm saying. It's just, again, 2 emotional songs in a row is going to be a tear jerker here. But at the Underground Sound, we are here to promote these independent musicians. So let's check it out.
Everything is gonna be alright. You lift me up. You lift me up. And everything is gonna be just fine. You lift me up. You lift me up. Everything everything is gonna be alright. You lift me up, you lift me up.
That one was "Lift Me Up" by Satorius. Let's see, our special guest commentator. Unmute your mic, please, Justine. Take it away.
Yeah, I mean, that's another sad song that speaks to those of us who have lost our fathers. And the audio came through just a little bit off for me on my end. I'm not sure why. But yeah, it's an emotional melody. It kind of evokes a sense that there's a spirit hovering, you know. Very gentle, lofty instrumental section. It was very soothing. The song is beautiful. The vocal harmony going on is pretty special. I thought that was pretty cool. And interesting lyrics too. So yeah, good song. Beautiful.
Beautiful song indeed. And let's see, Eeny, Meeny, Miny, friggin' Smart Monkey, take it away.
Yeah, I mean, for me, Justine's comment about soothing hits it on the nail. I mean, this is, by all intents and purposes, should be a sad song, and actually it conveys this very soothing undertone, this very feeling of comfort and warmth, actually. And it's all conveyed through those beautifully layered vocals that just sort of hug you. And though it's got this sad undertone, it actually is this kind of like comforting message that says, I'm there, I'm always there for you. I'm passing, but I'm always going to be there for you. And it's so beautiful because it does it wraps you up in exactly that. This is music that conveys such emotion, and then you can't help but just go, oh, I feel so like calm in this situation.
Especially if it's a true story. Sorry to interrupt.
Absolutely. Yeah. I think it is. Yeah, I think from what I gather, this is a true story. And so to be able to convey that in the music and for us to be so sort of comforted in this situation, I think it's really good. Vocally, it reminds me a little bit, and in its style, of Pet Shop Boys, but not in that really sort of pop style, but in that sort of beautifully engineered vocals and electronic elements that are there. It reminds me of a very beautifully crafted Pet Shop Boys song. But yeah, I really like this. It's throwing me a bit because I've heard it second time around, and could this be in my top three? And we've talked about this already. We've got quite a competitive top three in this show. So yeah, I suppose I'll just have to wait till the end. But this is a very beautiful, and as Justine just said, soothing song.
Very competitive evening. As mentioned, 12 scheduled tracks, 2 Purple Bowl of Destiny tracks, 14 tracks total. We've already had, pretty much 7 bangers here, especially with the Purple Bowl of Destiny picking a great song again. Carlos Fandango.
Right. Well, when I first heard this song, I absolutely fell head over heels in love with it. I genuinely had such a guttural reaction to it, in so much as it ticked all the boxes for me. So you got beautiful chord movements. The song catches your ear straight away with the drama in those chords, those chord sequences. Lyrical content and emotional content is there. Yes, it's soothing. Yes, it's also sad. It's when you know the backstory, it does add an emotional intensity to it, and the vocal delivery is soft, soothing, but also conveys emotion. It's a sort of male-female harmony vocal that's just beautiful and sublime, really. 21st century synth pop done really well. it's almost Mika meets Clartu. I've mentioned Clartu before, the Canadian duo of the 70s, and it's a kind of mixture of that. But Pet Shop Boys is a good call because it is definitely has that sort of element of those kind of compositions they have. Lots of detail in there. Lots of details. The arps in that middle section are just so good. Well, then you have that dun, 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 all that lovely little piano melody going over it. Just so well constructed, the ebb and flow. But you know, it sort of chills down the spine type stuff. Stunning. And I think it just sums up, you know, a sort of very noble passing. So this is a father telling his family, his wife, his loved ones, you know, you'll be all right, it'll be okay, I'll be looking over you. And but it just encapsulates that whole moment in a song, and it's wonderful. So it will be in my top 3, I've almost no doubt, and it's vying for the top spot because I do love that song a lot.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. I'm telling you, between Frankie Medlin, frustrated musician. Oh my goodness, it's going to be such a difficult choice later on. This is, you know, once again, this is storytelling, kind of like at its best here, and it's not only storytelling, you know, through the lyrics, but also through the music. The vocals are very ethereal. I gotta say, they do feel kind of like out, you know, otherworldly. Fantastic, and reminded me, especially at the beginning, a lot of Christina Aguilera's "Beautiful." If you remember that song from back in the day, kind of like reminded me of that. But then it just kind of like changed, and it just kind of like went on its own kind of like journey and its own little vibe here. The message is very clear. The song is very clear. I gotta say, the production issue that I would note here would be the fact that the vocals are a bit kind of like undertoned as opposed to the music, right? The music's a little bit higher there. I do think that if we bring the vocals a bit forward, it'll make the song just that much better. But still, this is just a top-notch song. What are you talking about? Thumbs down.
Don't agree, man.
You don't agree? You know, I think I'd like, I don't know.
I know what you mean, because the vocals sit in that place that's a bit like the Umakapufweni song last week. The where was it from? It's somewhere in the continent of Africa, but it was basically where the vocals were sitting a little bit distantly. But I think that works because it's distant. It's like it's the voice of the spirit of the man who's dying, passing away. It's sitting in the background. It's drifting away, but it's there.
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying completely, right? But the thing is that, you know, why not bring the vocals, you know, into the automation like they should be? I personally think that they should. I don't know. Like I said, I'm looking at this through different lenses because is it a commercially viable song? If you remember the movie City of Angels back in the day with who was it? Nicolas Cage. Yeah, exactly. So this is the type of song that I can picture being in like City of Angels, for example, right? Great movie all around as far as that's concerned. And this song would definitely complement that movie, and it would definitely fit that theme. But I just think that the vocals need to be a little bit more out there. But maybe that's done on purpose too. Like I said, we're just reviewing a song here, so maybe it's done on purpose so that way it can be, you know, this kind of like spirit voice guiding to the afterlife. So yes, sir. Spark Monkey.
I feel that the sound production on this is clever. The vocals float through the mix. It's this very floating track, and I think that's what really struck me about it. Is that it almost takes it away from being a pop song like a Pet Shop Boys song, even though you could almost have this element of Pet Shop Boys vocals to it, and then the vocals just float over the top of this track, and I think they do it so well that it makes the track incredibly beautiful and quite heartwarming. And almost for me, because I've told you guys before, sometimes I don't hear lyrics. So the emotive aspect of this song is created through the music, and it's done that. And I've not even heard, sometimes I just don't hear the lyrics. And this is one of those tracks where I don't, because everything else is so beautiful to me that I'm drawn to the rest. And so the lyrics have become superficial to me, which is probably why I'm missing a little bit of the message, and yet at the same time totally getting the message all through the track itself and the way it's layered. And yeah, I love it.
There you have it, folks.
I do second that. I do second that.
Yeah, I do too.
Yeah.
I hear it the same way that Rob does. I hear the instruments and I get the message from that in addition to the vocals. It's comprehensive.
Okay, motion carried. Oh, that's meant to go back, but it didn't. Oh well. That was meant to be gavel.
Okay, let's okay, so viewers, audience, here we go. Leave your comments below. Do you agree with me, the one that can cancel the show altogether, or do you agree with the other three? No, I'm just kidding, obviously. Please do leave us your comments below. Let us know if you did like that song. And if you did like that song, obviously visit the video description below and find a link to this artist and make the song your own. It is available on Spotify from what I can see as well. So put them on your playlist. Let's get these artists some exposure, much, much, much deserved exposure. And because again, we've listened to a lot of great tracks and a lot of tracks that should be out on the radio and should be in the mainstream that are just underground for absolutely no reason other than the fact that record companies are greedy. So do visit the video description below, find the links to these artists, and please add them to your playlist, share them with your friends on your preferred social media platform, and let's get the word out there on them. So before we move on to song number 8, we do have a message here, gentlemen.
Ooh.
And lady. Yeah, but apparently they didn't know that Justine was going to join us, so
I have no idea what's going on.
yeah, just sit back and take a couple of breaths. I'm just going to say that.
This is the unscripted part of the show.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Oh, totally. No script involved whatsoever. So we do have a message from none other than Meg and Jack of the White Stripes.
Ooh, cool. Nice one. Do.
What, is that my cue to jump in?
No, it's still you.
No, it's
Is it still me?
Still Frero.
Why?
Because below the do-do-dos, it says something else. Hence, it's still you.
There we go. This is normally the way the script goes. And back we go. I'll sing my little bit again just to get this cued in properly. Do 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 do. Do mean shit.
okay. Yes. So the message reads.
Doo-doo.
The message reads: we discover so much new music, and we think you're all great.
Thank you. Yes, I am.
It continues. Keep up the good work and keep making us laugh with all your corny dad jokes. It keeps us all going during the long, boring night shift on the production line. I should say. All the best from Meg and Jack.
Oh, well, that's pretty cool. Another feather in our caps on the production line. No, that's a bit of a strange phrase. I see. So maybe on the production line means when they're working in the studio making an album and doing all the tedious production work.
Negative, sir. they mean on the toothpaste production line. This is from Megan Jack at the White Stripes Toothpaste Factory in Stoke, England. It says here, service with a smile to help you smile.
I thought it was too good to be true. I bloody knew it. Yeah, you fucking little twat. Oi.
Oi.
Well, thanks, Ferrero. Did you know that the main 7-note riff in Seven Nation Army is supposedly based on the first and fourth movements of Bruckner's Fifth Symphony? Furthermore, the title came from Jack as a child, apparently mishearing when he was visiting the Salvation Army. He thought it was Seven Nation Army. There we go. Ferrero?
I'm here. Well, Ferrero's here. I must have done it. Shut your face, Marty Pants. No. Nobody loves you or your stupid facts. Fucking factoids. I hate you.
Now, Ferrero. Maybe you'd better get back in your box, eh?
I'll put you in your box, you motherfucker. All right, that's it. Come on. Bedtime. He's always going to take it too far, isn't he?
He always does. Unbelievable, isn't he? He's outrageous.
Ferrero. I love you, Ferrero.
Wow.
I can't believe it. Ferrero.
I know how he feels about me now. Wow. He didn't hold back at all there, did he?
You adding that line on?
Yeah, I'm sort of happy now. I don't know how to wrap it up.
Oh,
just wiping his brow going, oh my God, my show.
Oh, these star messages, they're getting easier and easier, aren't they?
Yeah. As Justine just witnessed, it was just so professional, smooth, went like clockwork. No mistakes.
This is why I keep saying I need a camera over here to catch the screen, because Justine is like ready to like bounce. She was like, "Is it okay to run now?"
Yeah, I know. Actually, can I take 30 seconds? I gotta go. You know what?
This is where we normally draw it out. You think you're getting away with it, but you're not.
Playing shows.
Wow, must have made Justine laugh a bit there.
I'm glad you muted. That could have been embarrassing.
She's gonna pee her pants, I think.
I think so. That's the effect we have, of course.
On the women, right?
Yeah, on the 2% of women our audience.
You get Ferrero, that's your moment. Piss off.
Oh, wow, that was no holds barred Ferrero there.
You'll be back.
Oh, well, nobody loves you. Wow, that's going to resonate. That's a line from Dumbo, I think. Was it Dumbo? No, The Rescuers. Because I always remember, I think it was my ex-wife, when she saw The Rescuers when she's only little, she there's a line in it that said where they're saying, and nobody, this is the evil person in it, it says, nobody loves you. And then she cried. Because you just tend to, don't you, when you go to these, as a kid. I mean, I remember a Watership Down, that was quite upsetting when Fiver died on the road or whatever it was. And you get these moments in those old Disney films. They used to be great, where they used to just sort of make you, they tug at your heartstrings, didn't they?
Yeah, it was like that when I went to the cinema at 5 years old to watch The Shining, and Johnny had come through the door. I was like in tears.
Yeah.
That was beautiful. Shining, what a great movie. Oh my
Yeah, I love it.
Fantastic.
No,
I
The
took my
Shining.
daughter to The Shining the other day. She's now of age to watch it, and she absolutely loved it and totally got it from the point of view of the way it's filmed. And I was well chuffed.
Well, there's a lot of interesting, if you go on YouTube and look up review of The Shining, and there's lots of different details and angles and aspects.
It's such a clever film, actually.
It is, because a lot of
Weighty.
the building, the way it all works out, whether it's deliberate or not, I think it is to be discombobulating and be haunting. The rooms don't actually work out as a floor plan.
Everything is sent to test your mind, really, isn't it? The story, everything. Really good. Really good.
I love the line when it's the caretaker. He sort of says, "No, it's not the caretaker. It's the sort of, head guy, whatever it was." And he says he's in the toilet saying, "I corrected her."
Yeah, absolutely love it. Absolutely.
Are you guys talking about the second one or the first one? There was
first one. It's got to be the first one.
Yeah, the classic with Jack Nicholson.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah, all these remakes are just exactly what they are. They're just remakes, and there's no real imagination behind the remakes. Like the original films that we saw, where you really had directors where they were like kind of like, listen, this is a very expensive shot. We only got like one take at this. We're like running out of film and everything, right? So we have to get this right. So you had proper directors, you had proper cameramen, you had proper actors, and everything was moving so properly. You had script supervisors, for crying out loud, right? So that's when all these originals really that's when you gravitate back to them, you know. So even if you're watching The Day the Earth Stood Still, because you just mentioned Klaatu not that long ago, but you know, The Day the Earth Stood Still, when you watch the Keanu Reeves The Day the Earth Stood Still, it's a good movie. I like it. But when you watch the original The Day the Earth Stood Still, it's a mesmerizing kind of thing to think that, you know, back in the what was it, 1956 or
about 56, I think. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. So just to think that they could pull that off back then, right? With minimal, I'm talking about minimal technology. Yes, Justin.
I was going to say, with the originals, they leave a lot more to the imagination because they don't have CGI and the special effects. So your mind fills in the drama for the effect. And I think that's very powerful. We know that with modern movies, I'm very enamored by special effects, you bet. But that oftentimes they do miss that element of the mind filling that in.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely, and that's where The Shining comes in as a great film.
Exactly.
A lot of sorry. Everyone's now going to start raising their hands. Smart monkey.
Yeah, I want to say that.
School teacher now. Smart monkey, go ahead.
What's really interesting about Kubrick's style was that he actually did almost the opposite. He would have his actors do take after take after take, and what he would do is he would do it. His mindset was that we're in this moment. You know, I've paid for all of this amazing set and this amazing cast and this amazing, you know, production people in the background, the lighting people, sound people. So he would do a take over and over and over again. He was notorious for almost grinding his actors down so that what he would get is this pure acting essence by the end of it that he could just pick. He could pick his one, but typically the one that he would pick 37 takes later would be the one with them ground down, being the most purest and emotive. And that's why his films just convey this pureness that you see in the characters. And it just translates so well.
It's like the Shelley. I mean, the way they treated Shelley. Sorry, the way they treated Shelley Duvall.
Can I speak for a second, for crying out loud?
Sorry, teacher.
Just me. For fuck's sake. there has to be a. Okay, so it's either genius or madness, right? Because even in 2001, right, Hal, right, was just one letter short of IBM. This was the way that Kubrick had planned it, right? So the whole thing is like, so is it genius or is it madness? Paying attention to these little fucking details like that, and just really, you know, making this, you know, just this amazing these amazing films, I should say, because I mean Kubrick really had just there was either something off or it was all on. I
think you've nailed it though. I think why can the two not go hand in hand? Genius and madness. You know, sometimes
They often do.
you need that kind of madness of a genius to just break the mold and go, no, I'm not going to do it like that. And what you get is this amazing product at the end. They don't want to conform. They're not there to conform. They're there to convey their art.
Carlos Fandango in 1 second. I'm just going to say you're right, but I got to say that listen, think of modern producers like, you know, Colin Hanks and everybody, you know, I mean, they're good. Steven Spielberg even, you know, but Kubrick nailed like 3 of like the hugest hits, right? 2001, The Shining, and A Clockwork Orange in my eyes here. Like, I mean, those 3 movies right there are enough to be a legacy for Kubrick. Sorry, Carl, I didn't mean to make you cry.
That's right. I'm right.
He has genuinely started to cry.
All I was going to say was for the Shining. Yes, for The Shining. The way they treated Shelley Duvall on set, including Jack Nicholson and Stanley Kubrick, they gave her the cold shoulder, just really treated her badly. But as a result, it was a deliberate thing because it then made her sort of taut, fraught, and just give one of the performances of her career. I mean, it's just amazing because it really comes across that she's absolutely distressed and upset, and I think it's just one of the great directorial feats. Really, is getting such performance out of both of them.
There's a comment where a lot of the crew actually said very similar, that they were all unnerved when Jack Nicholson got into the part. He would often warm up ahead of the scene, and they would be terrified by him because he would just get totally into the part. That they were absolutely petrified of him, and they were like, "Oh my god, he's taking this a bit too real." But it comes through in the end in the whole film. He owns that. He doesn't play that part. He owns that part.
He definitely owns that part. It's definitely one of those parts where you could not have cast a better actor in there. You know. It was definitely, it had to have been Jack Nicholson. It had to have been Shelley Duvall. But once again, with Kubrick, right? Is it just because, you know, that madness that's going on in his mind to make this shit like actual perfection? It's just, that's the thing, once again, that gets me. And so that's something that's lost in modern filmmaking, is I don't think that anybody really has that passion anymore and doesn't really have that kind of like, maybe they don't have the nerve to like sit down or you know, face to face with an actor and like, listen, you're shit. If you're going to keep acting like this, you're fucking fired. I'm getting rid of you and I'm getting somebody else to play this goddamn part. You know what I mean? Because you need to nail this, right? So now with this lovey-dovey, you know, kind of like community that we have and everything like that, quote unquote community, is it just lost in the filmmaking? And I personally think so, because I've not seen a movie that was like, wow, since like 1985 or some shit, honestly.
Well, I think Film Club may have its day one day, but for now we better get back to the music, I suppose.
Welcome to the Underground Movies.
Because Tony wants to wrap this up with it was a very nice film.
It was a very nice film. They were all very nice films back in the day. All right,
but it wasn't a nice film at all.
It's a very nice film.
All right, well, see, if you're going to keep talking once again,
all right,
wrap the show up.
Sorry.
Moving on to Anthony J. Milan. Anyone else? What can you tell me about the song Carlos Fandango? Let's go.
Anthony J. Milan is from Nashville, Tennessee, USA. So influences include Bon Iver, Mumford & Sons, the Oh Hellos, and the Brilliants. So what can we say about this one? Well, it's only had one save. That was me saving the song. and it's called Anyone Else. There's no description. Uncharted Course, who we've had on the show, says nice lyrics, and I said that's a really nice, warm-sounding track, nicely arranged and composed. So I won't say too much because I have comments to make on the song after that we've played it. Over to you. Let's hear it.
Okay, Anthony J Milan with Anyone Else, also available on Spotify, listed as folk. And here we go. Let's check it out.
Mute your mics.
I feel so alone, or maybe I don't. And I'm gonna make a change, or maybe I won't. I've been wasting my time watching lives go by. And I just wanna scream, am I losing my mind? I get so sick of myself. Could I be anyone else? I get so sick of myself. Could I be anyone else? My life's pretty great, no reason to complain. But sometimes I wish it weren't, so I'd have something to blame for being this way. Yeah, it's all in my head, dangerous place. Pretty hard to fight, it's you that you face. I am so sick of myself. Could I be anyone else? I am so sick of myself. Could I be anyone else? If I can't be somebody else, gotta own up and love myself. 'Cause I'm no good at faking. And I'm not perfect, I will not, but I've got a heart and room to grow. Plus, everyone else is taken. I can't be somebody else, gotta own up and love myself. 'Cause I'm no good at faking, no. I'm not perfect, I well know, but I've got a heart and a room to grow. Plus, everyone else is taken. Though I get so sick of myself. So sick of myself, I wouldn't be anyone else. No. I've been losing my mind for quite a long time. And I just wanna scream, you can't have my life.
All right. Anthony J Milan, Anyone Else, also available on Spotify. Justine Painter, take this one away, please.
This one I absolutely loved. It has the power to move your emotions. It has a sad edge. It speaks universally to so many of us with those lyrics. It's introspective. I love the vocals. He's very clear and well placed with them. Lots of nice variation. It just seemed ideal. There's some really awesome creative portions in there, some variation and some effects that he tried that were fitting and consistent with the overall song. The ending was just a little abrupt, but it was still creative, and it might be appropriately sparse for this kind of song. So it may have worked. I was thinking that with some added instruments or even different instruments, maybe at least some added percussion, that this song could be popular as something besides just folk, like pop or rock. So it's good, I thought. Good lyrics.
I'm gonna say good song overall. Over to you, Mr. Monkey Smart.
Yeah, so I've got similar feelings about this track. I think it's another beautiful track. It's we've had a lot of beautiful tracks tonight, to be honest. They just have something about them that convey this emotion. So in this one, we've got contemporary folk. I'm getting the sort of stylings of Ben Howard, Iron and Wine. You've got a little bit of Bon Iver in there, although vocally he's a little bit higher in that. But the stylings are there, which makes it a very contemporary song when we talk about folk. His vocals are warm. They're really pleasing on the ear. The lyrics are fantastic. It's beautifully produced again. We've had a few tonight where production has been really good. I do have one issue with this song. So we talked a little bit earlier about the one with the ethereal vocals and how we disagreed, and I felt the vocals floated on that one. This one, I felt that when the chorus does kick in, it's too loud, it's too high, it's out there, it almost shouts at you a little bit, which for this style of song, I think it needs to be pulled back a bit. You don't want that. And I think that's partly down to the fact that they've added these effects, which are nice effects. There's nothing the matter with the effects, but I think as a result of the effects, it's pulled it out of the mix a little bit. So it's a subtle production issue. Pull that back in, and you've got a very beautiful, beautiful song. I think other than that, this is going to be up there in my top 3, I think. I don't know what to say. I've got so many in my top 3. How many do we need in a top 3?
It's going to be up there in our top 14. Carlos Fandango.
Right, so basically, I think with this one, it's sort of a slow, steady build. I think on the ebb and flow.
I was just about to tell you to take your pecker out.
Yeah, about 7 on the about 7 on the ebb and flow pecker, and also on the ruler of build. I think if we were going for the ruler of build, we would go say all the way up from 0. All the way up there, all the way up there, all the way up there, and probably about 8 to the build, I would say.
Can you show me again? Did I beat Ferrero on that? Was Ferrero beating me?
Well, let's have another look.
I'm distracted. What are you trying to say?
So there's Al.
Unbelievable.
Ferrero's like that, isn't he?
You guys are
we
too
see
much.
it every time you hold him. And then I've obviously grown a bit since then. And Big Tom's over that way, this way. So basically, So
that's why I don't go streaking. Just as what we were talking about before.
Yeah, you don't want to show us
up, wouldn't you?
You're just embarrassed.
You don't want to scare me.
A bit of a slow build, but good ebb and flow. A distinctive voice. I mean, he's got, so I think, you know, it's slightly unusual. Use it to your advantage, and you know that's a good point of difference. It's that modern folk style, so I can see where his influences are coming. But that line, the chorus line, "I'm so sick of myself, could I be anyone else?" would resonate with a lot of people, and I think also the way it's delivered is, you know, very sort of personal lyric. I think there, you know, so he's acting the part, which is good. The only tiny thing that I would actually slightly change with this one, if it was me, just paying real attention to detail, is I'm a bit of I have a bit of a thing about guitar squeaks. Don't mind them, because in this one it's quite rhythmic, but I would just automate them down very slightly, just so they're there, but they're not too prominent. That was the only thing that again, you know, guitar squeaks, it does jar with me a bit, but actually, you know, in the grand scheme of things, no big deal, because it's a good song.
It fits with folk.
My friend Phil, back in the day, was probably about like 14, 15 years old, had said that that he likes when the guitar squeaks are in there, you know, because Kirk Hammett from Metallica, you know, they would leave all that stuff in there. And what Phil had said was that I think personally that it shows that the guitarist is putting in a lot of effort, you know. So if it is a production issue or not, you know, that's up for debate. Honestly, I got to tell you. But
yeah, I mean, I'd never say get rid of them. I say modify them, just automate them down so they're there, they're present, but they're not too prominent. That's all my big beef is.
Yeah,
I'm just gonna because I made a note of it. So right over here, I'm gonna put this graphic, which we haven't done in a while, which I'm just gonna say playlisted. I love this song. I love this song. I didn't
think you'd all take to it so well.
Oh, are you kidding? No, I absolutely love it. I got it playing here on the monitors, you know. So obviously you guys are catching like the second glimpse of it. I'm sorry, Justine, because you know the audio issues that come through over the internet, you don't hear the song the way that it's actually playing over here. And oh man, this whole build up, the lyrics, again, they're meaningful. They're, you know, this is like kind of like in our group chat what we've been talking about just recently. This is a person that probably maybe had been bullied or something like that, you know, is coming out, is really shining through, is really kind of like putting their heart and soul into this song with that chorus that comes in, and it's just absolutely gorgeous. And I'm like sitting there as I'm stirring my hunter stew that I've been cooking for like 14 hours now,
singing along.
And I'm just like, I'm really just digging. I'm really feeling it. You know, I'm like swooshing my spoon around. You know what I mean? I'm really
left by the end.
Yeah, exactly. Right. It's all over the apartment. It's all over the floor. It's all over the. That's gonna be my dinners. I'm gonna be the vacuum cleaner, like cleaning everything up. Right. So, no, but it's just.
Tom's really sick of himself.
Yeah. So you see, there you go. It really. This works on so many different levels. Has a great voice. Reminds me kind of like of Hosier's you know, Take Me to Church, but just there's kind of like a deeper kind of like, we've said it 3 times. This is going to be the 3rd song that I'm going to be saying it, right? So there's a bit of a more profound meaning to what's going on here. So, you know, the slight production issues on the song do not bother me one bit. I do think, unless something happens within the next 4 songs here, I do think that this will be my personal number 1. I love it. I love it. This song right here embodies to me what the underground sound is all about. It's about finding these underground artists and really that really kind of like push out and convey that emotion, right? Because anybody can make a hit song. I mean, take a look at Lil Nas X did Old Town Road, right? Got 220 million streams on TikTok over the course of the weekend. The next minute he was signed to a major record label, right? The song is nonsensical, honestly. I don't personally like it. It's got a little bit of a catchy hook to it. This is the music where these record labels, they need to open their eyes, and this is the guy that they need to sign. These are the people that they need to sign. This is the music that they should be pushing out there. Seriously. Moving on to our second installment of the Papa Bowl of Destiny.
Indeed, and we have a stunning assistant to help us out with the choosing, but
Oh, stop it. Leave me alone.
Oh yeah, of course it's Rob.
little Rob. So basically, yeah, we'll choose that. And I've also got a special implement to help with this choosing, a bit of sellotape on the end
What the?
of this implement. And oh, you filthy people, what were you thinking? It's a nose. It's a long special nose
Oh, it's
that I'm going to choose to basically
Oh,
I'm
liar.
going to pick one out, and
Oh, that's working so
so
well.
that's how it works today. So basically,
That's
I'm
the permanent picker from now on. It's the
Oh,
nose
love it.
picker.
yeah. So oh, where's the sellotape gone? I think we've lost the sellotape already, so I'll try again. But
I think it might be on one of those tags.
yeah, this just completely disappeared. Right, let's do it properly this time. Yeah, it's a bit of on nose.
Oh God.
So
Do you have sinus problems?
right, okay. Are you ready? So basically,
Are you able to breathe pretty freely? Do you have sinus problems at all?
yeah, it's got two holes actually. It's just two little nostril
Yeah.
things, so I can breathe. Okay, so
Okay,
basically,
so are you a back sleeper or a stomach sleeper?
I'm more a side sleeper actually. to be
Side
fair.
sleeper.
Most
Okay.
of the, well,
That makes sense.
although I do wake
He's having a serious conversation with this.
Yeah, then it would hang to one side.
sometimes I do actually wake up on my back as such, but normally I'm a side sleeper.
All right, so when you spoon with Susie, is it more like foot to head or head to head, or like?
Oh, I see. Well, yeah, she just sprawls all over me, really. But
Yeah, I bet she does.
You asked, Tom.
Sit on my face and tell me that you love me. Right, so the Monty Python song. So, right, all the categories, I've just unbent them, so I'll switch it round. Justin, you say when I dip, and I'll dip in.
Thing? Oh, what? Okay.
You
go.
just say when, and I'll
When I
dip.
dip, you dip, we dip.
When.
Okay, here we go. Yay! Chose one.
That does
And I'll
work
show you
so
what
well.
category
I
it is.
really, that's the permanent picker.
Now, is it
It's
getting into
backwards.
focus? Let's have a look.
No,
No.
it's not.
Oh,
Underground? I think
This
it
is
says.
underground.
is that the right way up?
It-
I can't
it's,
even
it's
read that. It's so
backwards.
blurry.
Underground. Underground.
Is it really?
Yes.
Yeah,
God, yeah.
you need to cut your fingernails.
I did that earlier.
Yeah.
Oh. So basically,
From your nose hair too, by the way.
yeah. So there we are. There. So we.
Yeah, I was going to say that. Yeah, just
There it
swirl it up
is.
your nose.
It's in focus. Okay.
Yeah.
Underground.
That's been underground. So it's not a category we've had before, but let's see what comes up.
Can I request that Carl keeps that on for the rest of the show?
Oh, I don't know. We'll see.
You'd have to ask Carl about that. So, you know.
Okay, so Rob, you've normally got a joke, but I've got a couple more just to finish off
Have I?
there.
Okay.
Yeah. I told my wife her underwear is way too tight and too revealing. And she said, then wear your own.
Ha.
That was a joke. Ah, what do you call a wizard who makes secret plans? Harry Potter.
That's right.
Hey. And a news item just come in. A prison transport van has collided with a cement lorry on the M4. The police are looking for 8 hardened criminals.
Actually, I like that one. That was good. So I've gone for the random pick through my dad's joke book again. So random, literally random, which did me well the last time. What do you call a fake turd?
Don't know.
A shampoo.
Oh, that's good.
That's good. See, My girlfriend just couldn't accept my obsession with horoscopes. In the end, it tore us apart.
Oh, ouch.
See, these are random. They are
Okay,
just...
I got one.
Go.
Yeah.
I gathered a few just in case. Okay, so why shouldn't you let your kids watch big band performances on TV? You've probably heard this.
Don't know.
That was an elaborate question.
Why shouldn't you let kids watch big band performances on TV?
I don't know.
You guys are loaded with answers already, I can tell. Okay, too much sax and violins.
Oh,
Yay!
Violence, violence.
Yeah.
Yeah, good one.
the sax bit had me. That was brilliant.
What's the?
I got another one.
Okay.
Why don't skeletons play music at church?
It's like 3D, this screen. This
I
time.
know.
Sorry, Justine. I was getting.
Totally in focus.
You're gonna have to say it again, Justine, because I'm just getting 3D vibes.
That's really not nice.
Why don't skeletons play music at church?
Don't know.
Has something to do with xylophones, I think.
They
Oh my
don't
God.
have any organs.
Oh.
Yeah.
I don't know. You gotta figure that one. All right. What's the difference between a good joke and a bad joke?
Whether it's on the show
I
or
mean-
not. Oh, sorry.
What'd you say?
That was timing. Yeah.
Timing.
Timing. I got one for
All right.
Ferrero. Ferrero.
Oh, Ferrero, come here. Got a joke for you, my little fellow Maladley. Oh, right.
What sort of music do frogs like?
I don't know.
Hip hop.
Hey.
I don't get it. Hip hop, you stupid bloody. Oh, forget it. No, he's not the brightest, is he?
If the show were,
Okay, I got one more. Sorry.
Okay.
What for Ferrero?
Last one. This kind of fits with our group text of recent. Option one. Yeah, okay, it's censored. Option one, let's eat grandma. Option two, let's eat, grandma. There you have it. Proof that punctuation saves lives.
Yeah. Very
Did
true.
you get it? There's a
Very
comma. I was talking
true.
about a comma.
Yeah.
Let's eat grandma. Let's eat, grandma.
Yeah.
Remember, I forgot the comma in our text. Never mind.
Yes. No, we get it. We're laughing about it. We're just laughing a little bit more that if the show were in 3D, then somebody's eye would be poked out.
Oh, seriously.
Right.
It is pretty impressive, isn't it?
It is really, really bad.
Oh boy.
It's a bit of an odd shape as well. Yeah, just the end
It's
bit.
quite mesmerizing for the women here,
What I find really weird is that it pokes out into the screen and into Tom's eye from my side. What's that about?
Well, let me see if I get. Am I getting it? Am I getting it? Hold on.
So I did find actually, I found I had two of these in the loft as well. Actually, so I did have an. Actually, I better not put that on there.
Don't put it on the top of your head.
Start another rumor. Shite. So this one is a bit more because I found this one's a little bit less. It just wants to. If you nod, it sort of falls down straight away. But you can get it back up again.
Can I ask
Okay.
why you've got such a collection of big
Pinocchio.
noses? I take it
Yeah.
then.
I don't
take it
know.
then,
Since you
noses.
just moved in with them.
Yeah. They are noses, aren't they?
There we go. I'll take it off. Oh well. All better again.
Carl, you were so naive.
I didn't even hear that. I had my headphones off. Sorry.
No, I said you're so naive. when Susie was moving in, she told you they were
He's like, I'm
noses.
not. I know exactly what I'm up to.
I know we've got a proper one for that.
All right.
Yes, their noses, honestly.
Yes.
Naive Carl.
Oh, that's why she likes them.
That's why they were hidden in the attic.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Hand me downs.
Yeah, they were in my dressing up box. Yeah. Trying to sniff the nose.
Just get all that. Just
I got really bad if I can't say it. I'll just get a spat if I said that one.
oh my god!
I dare not say a thing.
I feel bad for Susie into the show when she's not here to defend herself.
I know. Poor Susie.
But this is why I stand by my theory that Susie's fake. It's part of Carl's imagination.
Yeah, well, my imagination has gone so far that I've now made up that she's gone to Scotland for 2 weeks.
Yeah. That is the kind of backstory we expect from a crazy man like you. So I wasn't intending to show Susie tonight, but she went to Scotland.
And she's gone for 2 weeks. Oh, I've gone all blurry again.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, she's gone for 2 weeks as well. I've even made up where she's gone, who she's with.
Right, and you have fake pictures of jellyfish and shit. Like that's just weird, man.
Oh, I go to town when I do this sort of stuff. Yeah.
So you're the guy. So what Rob was talking about earlier is you're the guy that's actually walking out of the house without his pants on and like.
What do you mean? Like, I see, just because I'm. Oh no, I'd never knowingly do that.
Got my trousers.
I have walked out with my flies undone several times. So just
Excuse me, sir. Your pants are down around your ankles. I'm sorry. Susie's in Scotland. Whoa, what? What kind of excuse is that?
She is real. I will show you Susie at some point. Yes. Although she's very shy. another part of the backstory. She's so shy. You're never going to see her.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get to England. It's like, where's Susie? Oh, she's in fucking Connecticut.
She went to the U.S. Needed to escape.
Yeah.
I'd been like Connecticut. Well, shit. She could have just gone down to Florida for that. All right. I'm gonna go.
Where the hell did we get to anyway?
That what?
Where did we get to anyway?
What was the actual song?
Purple Bowl of Destiny. But I'm gonna go have a quick cigarette if y'all don't mind.
Okay.
I need to relax like the back of my head muscles because I've been laughing.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
Give me a second. So everybody go pee, go refill, do what you need to do. We'll be back in just what?
I think I'm okay at the moment. I mean, I might try and squeeze one out, but I don't think I'll be able to.
Oh God. And guys, I need to leave. Sorry, but I'm gonna.
Yeah.
Oh no, it's fine.
As soon as Carl tries to squeeze one out, all the ladies leave.
Oh, it's all right. She's sticking around while I had my nose on, but as soon as that comes off.
Oh yeah.
Bye-bye.
What did I say? I forgot what I said. What?
Well, would it help if I put two noses on? Would that help?
Oh dear.
You can have a lot of fun with that.
Oh Jesus.
It's funny how most guests join the show and then they realise quite quickly the reputations that we're all Yeah, thanks for inviting me.
They're like, no, but
You guys are hilarious.
No, if you remember Rookie Ephraim, he didn't even wait. He didn't even wait till we were done. He was just like, "Yep, I'm out." Yeah. He just. At least you have the courtesy to tell us that you're leaving. So thank you.
Yeah. Absolutely. It's great that you guys had me on the show. I hope to be here again. So you guys have fun.
You're welcome. We've
Party
enjoyed,
on!
Oh,
Party
well,
on.
we've enjoyed having you, Justine.
yeah, exactly.
Thank you.
We
Love
love,
you
we love
guys.
having you here. So hopefully we made you smile a little bit.
Mwah.
Charles?
What song was chosen? What category? What category was it again?
Underground. Underground. was categories.
That must have been about an hour ago.
It must have been. It must have been.
More than that, I reckon.
It's quarter to one.
Well, we're back from our break now, and so this song was posted 13 hours ago. We have an act that's called Ringwald. They're from the Netherlands. Doesn't really say much except that their genre is rock, so underground as well. And let's do this. Let's check it out. Right, that was Duchess remastered version by Ringwald. Smart Monkey, what do we think?
Yeah, okay. So knowing the Stranglers and that this is a cover of it,
Yeah.
You know, the original has so much more energy behind it, I've got to be honest. So yeah, okay. So, you know, as it's a much more downbeat version of the original. You know, the Stranglers were renowned for that kind of energy that they put into their music, and I'm not quite sure if this is like kind of supposed to be a bit of a goth version of the track, but I just felt it just lacked the energy and the dynamics of the original. So if you're going to do a cover, it's hard. You're always going to be compared to the original. And me personally prefer the original. So what can I say? I'll step out at this point.
Okay. I'm thinking if this is a cover and it's copywritten, then we probably might have to leave that off the show in either case. Well, we'll see. We'll see what happens post production. But Carlos Fandango.
Yeah, I mean, I liked the song, and it was just only a little way because I hadn't caught the name of the title of the song when you'd mentioned it. So I was sort of thinking it had a familiarity about it. Like I was thinking, right, kind of 80s post-punk, punky sort of indie rock, Tom Robinson Bad's type style. So yeah, I mean, I think the Stranglers version is more dynamic.
Oh, hello.
I've done it again. I've done it again.
Sorry, my bad.
Scared off someone else now. Yeah, so basically, yeah, had a very sort of similar sound all the way through. I think the synth break felt a bit out of step with the song, or out of tune or whatever. Maybe it's just what I'm hearing it in tonight. But yeah, it's okay. But yeah, the Stranglers version is a bit more, contains a bit more oomph and dynamism in it. So as you'd expect.
Dynamism. So I don't want to sound harsh here or anything like that, but thank you to the Purple Bowl of Destiny for making the top three choice a little bit easier. Production issues here, obviously delivery issues here. Again, not a bad song, but it's a cover of a song that already exists. So I don't know. I really don't know what to say because, I mean, I hate to be Simon Cowell, but sorry, but the original version was way better than you. Sorry, I really don't. I try so much not to be an asshole.
No,
you know, unfortunately, sometimes you have to be, and it's not really me being an asshole. I'm glad that you guys are doing what you're doing. If the covers are your thing, then the covers are your thing. But you know, honestly, you're not going to sell out crowds with that right there. So maybe work a little bit on the band dynamic. I don't know if you have a like a full band like actually put together and are doing this thing kind of like permanently, because the Beatles, I don't remember the name of the actual like kind of like cover band that does the Beatles songs. There's another one that does, you know, covers of Metallica songs, and they sell out, you know, thousands upon thousands of people. They do like arena tours and everything like that, even though they're a cover band, but they really put themselves in the limelight of where that band actually was. So whether it be the Beatles or Metallica or Megadeth or whatever you're into, you kind of like need to step forward and kind of like get into that kind of like psyche of where that band was and what they're actually thinking. And so I don't think that this one personally had like kind of like hit that target. I think that they just did a cover of a song that they liked, and you know, it's not that great, and you know, we'll move on from there. So track number 10. My goodness. This is usually where we would be ending the show. Probably rightfully so, honestly, tell you the truth. But we have Aziz Dhanu with Prasangka.
Pronounce Prasangka, yes. It means prejudice, I believe.
Oh, does it really?
I think so.
Oh, I was going to say that I think that it means song, because in Polish it's piosenka.
Ah, well, it's just that the notes on the song says prejudice is an issue. It could be song. I'll have to find out. But Aziz Dhanu is our first artist from Indonesia that we featured on the show. So again, we're going all around the world. Prasangka is the comments are few and far between. We've had 2 saves and 15 plays, so it's really gone under the radar here on Slaps. One comment says, "So beautiful." Another comment said the build is too long. I would say make that main chorus in the beginning, but we'll see what you think, because I'm not convinced. Oh, there's 2 uploads. Sorry, there's a couple more saves as well here. He's uploaded it twice. One says wow, and one says holy shit, this is crazy good. See what you think.
Holy shit!
Holy shit, Batman!
Was that Ferrero?
There might be Ferrero.
Holy shit, this is crazy good. I'm gonna look at Carlos Fandango's comment here down at the bottom, but so I did Google Translate, and Prasangka Indonesian is prejudice. So there we go. Prejudice is an issue. Singer-songwriter indie. 65 plays, 2 saves, 8 fires. Hoping to make it a little bit more. At least it will be the 66th play here on the Underground Sound. Aziz Dhanu. Let's check it out. Well. Prasangka, Prejudice by Aziz Dhanu. Prejudice is an issue. Is it an issue with this song, Carlos Fandango?
Well, so this song. Okay, so on the downside, I mean, the production is quite quiet. So I would, and I did put that in my comments on the track, that it just needs to be, I think, increased in volume by a few decibels. But And it's got quite a long build-up. It goes to about 1 minute 50 before it actually sort of really kicks off. But for me, that's fine because the payoff's big as well, because it suddenly bursts into life with this sort of Lennon-esque, Beatles-like sound. I mean, before that, you've got this sort of atmospheric, sort of ethereal vocal, quiet, but sort of heavenly with the mellotron. Puts it in Beatles territory immediately. And when it comes and kicks off, it's got all those lovely layers and things. Sounds like a sort of post-Beatles Lennon song. But also there's got a bit of Queen-style Brian May lead guitar in there as well. Layers of stuff going on. And it's kind of retro gold, really. I mean, I love the sound of it. I just when it sort of bursts into life, I really enjoy that bit. It's a nice little song. I'd like to know what this. I think it would help to know what's being sung. So get the full translation of the lyrics, and then you could sort of have more affinity with the song. The one other thing I think was, other than quiet production, it was the triplets on the drums. I think they've been programmed in. So obviously with the triplets, the emphasis is on the one of the 3 beats. So it's that kind of thing. And it's also a slightly, if you're going to program them in, they've got to be not so regimented. And I think it was just so it's basically the triplets were in exact time. That's the only thing I'd change. Just make it a more natural drum sound. They're all sort of same volume, same distance apart. That's all I do. Change those aspects. But I loved it. I really do like that song. It's grown on me.
All right.
Sorry.
Smart Monkey, what do you think about the triplets?
I really wish them the best in life, but I mean, triplets, they're always great fun if you meet them in the pub together. Anyway, what I want to say on this one is I've got to agree with some of the comments that I think were already raised there, in that the build-up it's very slow, very gradual, and very quiet. And yeah, the mix is quiet. I purposely didn't change any of my volume controls to what would be listening to the rest of the music for the night, and this one is thrown back there. It takes a long time to get where it's supposed to be going, and then when it does, it is very Queen-like in its guitar, and in the whole delivery of that latter part that's only very brief. So my fundamental issues are it's quiet, number one, but that whole build-up is just like, it just seems so bizarre. The only reason I will accept it is if this is an intro on an album or an outro on an album, because as we said before, we're quite fans of albums, and if this is something that sort of intros into something grander, that sounds, that's really good. I totally accept it. But if not, if this is a track on its own, nah, it's not working for me.
Do you prefer the in or out?
It could be in or out.
Okay, it could be in or out.
I really don't mind. It's a gentle in and a gentle out.
And you don't mind what happens in between.
Whichever. I mean, and preferably a little gentle in and a little gentle out, and then lots of great stuff in between. It's my preference. What are we talking about? Are we talking about music or what?
We were talking about the song here. So I got to say that the intro kind of like, listen, I think that the bagpipes are like a really, really cool instrument, right? They were developed, like fucking centuries ago, for crying out loud. But the intro was kind of like the bagpipes. It's kind of boring to listen to if you don't know who's behind them, and if you don't know what you're doing with the bagpipes, right? Because it just really has a slow build. Now, it might be clever in a way too, because when things popped off, we really got into like the Syd Barrett era of Pink Floyd, and we definitely had a very Queen-like feel and a very Beatles-like feel to this as well, where it was almost psychedelic in a sense. The solo was very reminiscent of those early Pink Floyd days, and maybe even Guns N' Roses for that matter with Slash. But I got to think that overall, the amount of time that the buildup takes to get to the actual song may be just a bit too much, because you're basically sitting there for just roughly 2 minutes, kind of like meditating, right? And then you get into this. Oh yeah, it does almost sound sexual, doesn't it? You're sitting there meditating for about 2 minutes, and then all of a sudden there's this climax, and then you're kind of like back down into the into the meditative, stage of. So it's not going to be a song that's going to make it into my top 3, honestly. Just being honest, I do think that it's good because, again, I had mentioned that it's pretty clever if this is the way that it's meant to be. But the intro is way too long, and without knowing, yes, sir.
Yeah, I was just thinking it's clever if it's an intro to an album. If it's an intro to an album,
Yeah, you've already said
know it. We all know it, don't we? This kind of gradual build up with then quite a nice crescendo at the end, and then a whole bunch of tracks that follow on. Then all credit to them. This is perfect intro to an album. But if there's not an album at the end of this, I'll be disappointed. But sorry, Tom.
Well, it's interesting you should mention about Pink Floyd as well a minute ago, Tom, was because we've got a track of his coming up in a few weeks' time or something. That
the same artist.
Yeah, but it's got very Pink Floyd heavily. So I think he's heavily influenced by Beatles, Pink Floyd, and there's those kind of era.
Wow. I wonder if this is an intro to an album. Then.
I suspect so.
It comes off that way. It comes off that way. Again, we've been through this situation many of times where we've said that we wish we could understand the lyrics to get kind of like a further kind of like appeal to what the song is talking about here. But this is definitely way early. I got to say, really, really early. That's why I say Syd Barrett, because Syd Barrett was, I think, was it 63?
A bit later than that. It was about 67 when they started having hits like See Emily Play.
Yeah.
Well, late 66.
Yeah, so we're talking like really, really, really late 60s here with Syd Barrett, with the Pink Floyd influence on there. And I got to think that there's that kind of like panache in there, right, of that era of music. Very psychedelic. But the whole thing is once again, I think if we could understand the lyrics, and if we could actually, if this does flow into a master version of something, kind of like The Wall, for example. Let's take The Wall for instance, right? So we had a part 1, a part 2, and a part 3. And then when you mesh all 3 together, you finally understand what The Wall was all about, right? The Wall, and then, on the Pink Floyd The Wall album, you led up to The Trial at the very end. So maybe this is part of a bigger masterpiece that we don't understand just yet. So
I think this one's all about context.
Yeah. I got to say, there might be a bigger picture here, and if you say that there's another song coming up, then I'm not gonna do a plus or a minus just yet, as far as the top 3 is concerned. All I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna put a question mark with it, and we'll see where the next song actually takes us, and that'll be the best way to to kind of close off this one, I think. So Aziz Dhanu with Prasangka.
Prasangka, yes.
Prasangka, something like that. Yeah, we're good. Moving on to our regularly scheduled track number 11. So we got Jolene, Darren, Luke. I'm not going to try to do last names here today, folks. Seriously, we're very much 5 hours into the show already. So Jolene, Derek, Luke, Levent, and we had the other song on, which was the part 1 of this one here. This is part 2 of the splattered canvas, and this one is the slow version of it. So Carlos Fandango, do the intro.
Yeah, interesting. So this one, so from last week's show, we had, that was a very popular choice for Tom and Rob, and myself. I enjoyed it too, and it was very interesting, arty sort of visual track. So I kind of had to include part 2 once I discovered it was on there, uploaded by Jolene Khor rather than Darren Sung. Now this one, so it says the same story, that it's Powers and the artists, the 4 artists, run a podcast called Composers in a Jukebox. So we had part 1, which was the fast part, which was the artists just splattering the canvas, and then maybe the thought process was going. This is the slow part, which is probably where the artist is slowing down, refining the artwork, and let the cogs go a bit slower and thinking it through, and maybe just considering the piece of art, and just see what you think. Just see if it matches up to the last one. It's only a short one. It's 1 minute 22, but about that long, yeah. 1 minute 22.
Do you want to break the ruler out again? It's just,
Where's that measure against Ferreira?
Yeah, I think that's about Ferreira.
I can't believe we scared Justine off.
Yeah, I think the thought of Ferrero.
Here we go. So the splattered canvas, first one with the fast version, was very intriguing. It was definitely I guess got you thinking, right? So now here we have again 4 people doing a song together. Now it's the slow version, so let's check it out. Okay. Turn the monitors down. So I gotta say, I'm kind of upset. I'm kind of upset that your comment there, Carl, did not get a reply.
Yes, I was thinking just the same, but it might be that they just haven't got around to getting onto slaps recently or something. So, whereas something else, okay, this is a vibe and I'm here for it. Great work on this piece, and gets a really nice comment back. But I think it's just that Jolene probably hasn't had a chance to come on there. But yeah, I mean, my comments were that it's such a visual piece. The initial burst of activity in part 1, where the canvas is splattered randomly and appears to be chaotic at first, is now started to take shape as the artist contemplates the ideas and possibilities of the piece formulating it in their mind's eye. And I hope they've recorded a piece, part 3 and 4 as well. It'd be quite cool if each of the artists uploads one of the pieces each. That's quite a interesting idea. But
that would be interesting. Yes,
it would be. Yeah, pretty cool. And but I like the idea of the kalimba sort of just plucking away, and it's just got those. It's almost like the time ticking away while the hours are being whiled away with a deep in thought. Meditation. The notes are bending while the ideas are sort of being shaped, and that maybe the ideas on the canvas are just being twisted and changed into a new shape from the initial design. So what have I put there? The artwork Devon. I don't know what I've put there, but I'm getting quite tired. So goodness knows what I've put there. But the artwork is developing.
Oh, developing. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so Smart Monkey. Last week we had this was a monkey wrench thrown in the engine. It was like pretty solid, I think. What do you think this week?
Yes. So my first comment is I'm really glad that Carl picked this so shortly after the first time we reviewed number 1, because the first thing I did was then pair it up with the first part. First part plays beautifully into the second part. They just meld together really well. So what you're getting here is an album. Again, and we talk about albums, and I know that we've all talked about the relevance of an album. There is something developing here that's actually quite clever and very... And the only word I can put on this is organic, very organic. The music style is unique. It's almost natural in its take. It just encompasses nature because it's very organic, which is why every one of these tracks so far would lend itself so beautifully to a documentary or a movie that has that element about it. So has this disappointed? Not at all. It's very short, but to me, it's just one piece of the next organic movement that it's going to go into. So I'm absolutely intrigued where this is going to go. And if I was honest, I think this is what these guys are doing. I was thinking it's one person, but it's not. It's each of them they are composers that. It's rare that we see this these days. That each of them is a composer, and they're composing this symphony of pieces that are gelling together really well, and we don't see that very often these days. And it's not going to be everybody's cup of tea, but it genuinely is working with me. So it's really difficult because I want to put in my top 3 again this week as well, because it made it last week and I want to do it again this week. However, we've got a good bunch of other tracks there, but this is very solid composition. It's very, very good.
It's good. It's short. It's to the point. Obviously, there's a little bit more here going on than meets the eye, and it would be real cool if it were the fact of what Carl was just talking about, where if each individual person is going to upload their part 1 and part 2 and part 3 and part 4, and then create the bigger picture of everything. So it's easy to listen to. Commercially viable? No. We're not diving into that kind of territory with a song until we actually hear the final masterpiece of what is here. Maybe each person is doing their thing. From what I understood, it was just kind of like a hangout session where things got a little bit out of control. We dropped some acid, and we got to take a go at the instruments here and everything like that. So yeah, it's weird. It's eclectic. It's not like it's out of place. It's out of place for today's show, for example, but for the song that we had played on this moment of theirs last week, part 1, then it's not out of place for that. So I don't know what to think of it, honestly, except that I would say that I would like to hear 3 and 4 and kind of like have the whole picture instead of just splatters on the wall.
Yeah, it's like any classical. Well, this is interesting because it's in the classical category, and yet really doing improvisation based on a theme or improvisation based on a sketch and an idea is very jazz. I mean, it's very Miles Davis, and you're just having a rough sketch of where we're going from point A to B, and in between anything can happen. So it's quite exciting in that way. So all I was going to say was to add to that is that classical, if it is 4 pieces, then great, because it's then like a traditional sort of symphony or something. So it's a very short one. So I don't know. I think it's I like that. I like the idea that it could be more pieces, and I hope there's more pieces to come.
Well, I think it has that very classical element, the composition of it, the way it almost embraces the organic, natural style of things, just harks back to that very classical element. And I don't know if you remember back in the, I want to say 60s, 70s, Disney films used to do these Disney used to do these very much documentary style movies about nature and things, and it have very much these classical soundtracks to them, and this lends itself. I mean, that's doing this in injustice because they were almost a little bit cheesy in their way, but what they demonstrated was that you have this kind of classical form that represents nature, and I think these guys are pulling that out beautifully. I haven't heard tracks like this for a long time, if I was honest, and the way they bring out that organicness in nature, and that, yes, this is short, but the fact that it's gone on the back of the part 1, just and actually, to be fair, there's another track that they have. I made a note of it somewhere here. Oh yeah, Infinite Staircase. Go listen to Infinite Staircase. It is a beautiful piece of music in a very similar vein, much longer, much more specifically around a soundtrack. And you go, wow, they're really quite clever at what they're doing. This stuff is really, really well composed. And that's the only way to put it. Composition is really, really good.
And I think also it would be, I mean, it is classical music, but it's you know, if they'd named it, instead of fast and slow, they'd named it Allegro, Adagio for those 2 parts, then
exactly.
You know, you'd be seeing it in that exact context. But it is that it's the improv that's jazz, because classical is usually written down, prescribed. Interpretation comes down to the conductor very much, but you know, the people playing the instruments don't normally ad lib at all in classical music. So that.
But I'm querying whether this is as ad libbed as it suggests, because there is a form and a structure going on here that I feel almost is more organic. But sorry, go.
I don't know. I think that it depends on the quality of the musicians, because if they're really good at what they do and they're just listening to each other and where it's going, then you know, if you know what key it's in, then you know, if you're a good musician, then you'll know what to do with it.
You could have broken pieces, right? Part 2 doesn't necessarily mean it was part 2. It could have been 5, 6, 7, or 8, right? But you know, they kind of like sat and said, like, hey, well, now we can kind of like put this together. So it doesn't, the ad-libbing thing doesn't necessarily mean that they sat down and just like, holy shit, we came up with this master fucking piece, right? Where we have part 1, part 2, part 3, and part 4, and they were in sequence. No, that's not how stuff works, you know. As all 3 of us know, you know, sometimes maybe you have the the climax or the crescendo of the of a song in your mind, and then you have to build backwards to kind of form this thing so that way it turns out to be the song that it is. And maybe this is what they were doing. Is the initial story may be true, as we were hanging out, we started tapping the spoons and beating the pans and everything like that, and all of a sudden we have a full London Symphony Orchestra going on here, and it is what it is. So no doubt, I'm not going to give them a thumbs down or a thumbs up, because once again, part 2, if there's a 3 and a 4, and if there's an ultimate song going on here, then I would love to hear the ultimate song of the part 1, part 2, part 3, part 4 before I get to judging these guys with whatever they're doing. But I don't think that this was just a regular kind of like sit down session and just like, okay, like here we go, and we recorded this off a Tascam live, and here we are on Slaps and everything like that. So, oh boy, moving on.
You can say it, the ultimate sung.
The ultimate what?
Sung.
Sung?
Like Darren Sung.
Sung. Oh, Sung. Yeah.
Because
there's
a curious surname. I'm really curious about the surname. Sung. I like it. It's good. So, yes, our last track.
Curious where there's is from.
We know he's in London, but we don't know where his heritage is. So, but I would suggest it's either Japanese or Korean. But there's Japanese influenced music, so I don't know. It sounds a bit of Japanese heritage, possibly.
Yeah. Listen. It's good music, no matter which way you look at it. It's whoever is the kind of like, there obviously has to be a mastermind behind this whole thing, because otherwise nothing will get published. You know what I mean? So you're not going to sit there and have Keith Flint was a great frontman for the Prodigy, but if it weren't for Liam, then none of that shit would have ever happened. Because he was the mastermind behind the whole thing. He was the one that developed the beats and said like, "Hey guys, this is what we need to do." Then he was always in the background in the videos and everything like that. With his like arms crossed, or and then Maxim would be like sitting there and he would be dancing. So Maxim had a few vocal parts, and then there was another dancer that obviously, he just danced, and that's basically their roles. Everybody understood their roles. So I'm thinking that this could be, a kind of similar situation where there's a mastermind, possibly Darren's, behind this whole thing.
Bless you.
Everybody else is just kind of like, falling into the places where they need to be. And who knows, this could be like this one breakout group, right, that makes their mark on some kind of video territory where they actually get places and movies and stuff like that. So obviously wishing the best of luck to everybody. We're not, even if we make negative comments or what may seem to be negative comments, we're not making negative comments. We're expressing our kind of like individual perceptions and our expertise. I
mean, I'm definitely not making the negative. I think there's lovely stuff evolving here, so I definitely want to hear some.
Yeah, this is all I'm saying is just there's nothing negative going on here, even though it may sound like it's negative. There's nothing negative going on here. It's basically we've talked about this before, where Carlos Fandango has definitely the musical ear. Smart Monkey has the imagination. Myself, I have the production quality, and together we form our opinions basically based on what we hear. So what one person hears is not necessarily what the other person hears, and we just think out loud and we chat with each other. We're friends and we're having a really good time here, and we do wish you all the best. So even if it sounds negative, even if it sounds like, well, even if we do say that this song is shit, for example, like Ferrero,
which it isn't,
which exactly, it's not. It's not. Don't listen to that portion of it. Shit, right? It's not. It's just the fact that something somewhere needs a little bit of work, and I hope that you do understand that, and I hope that you do understand where we're coming from on the underground sound here, because there's nothing but love for all the music and all the musicians out there. Seriously. So, moving on to track number 12 here. Why? By
Why? Well, because
BJ Morgan.
yes, BJ Morgan. So
Let me finish, man.
be sorry. Getting tired.
Is that
Go home.
Yeah, come on, go home now. I will go to bed. BJ Morgan, right? So it comes from Philadelphia, PA, USA. Influences include Cory Wong, Snarky Puppy, Wolfpack. Oh, they're pretty good. I like Wolfpack. Scary Pockets, The Fearless Flyers, and The Main Squeeze, among others. Now, this song is called Why? The comments on this were changed. I noticed he's put, sorry for the skips, my MP3 encoder failed me. And the reason that he's put that now is because I'd pointed out when I listened to it, I noticed the skips. Nobody else had sort of mentioned it. So ignore the little jumps in the track. They're not on the actual uploaded version. They're just on this version. Because he said to me, oh, no, those skips came from the MP3 encoder. That's what I get for not listening through it before posting.
I thought similar to you when I heard him.
Well,
because you got this broken vinyl on the album cover, I thought, had he done it on purpose? I didn't think it worked, but I was like thinking, has he done it on purpose? But I'm glad you raised that question.
Well, I thought it was actually quite a cool idea. Well, one skip I thought would have been a cool idea because I said I'd assumed you were being clever with the track because it came just after the line about something's going crooked. And I thought, oh, and then it skips. I thought, oh, that's quite clever. And then it happened later on a couple of times. So, so ignore the skip, everybody watching, and just enjoy the song, knowing that the proper version is uploaded properly without skips.
I do like the fact that he actually responded to you this.
Yeah, that's right. Well, it's pointed it out. He didn't mean to have it, but
he didn't listen to it. It wasn't until Carl had pointed it out.
Excuse me. Yes, here goes the grammar police again.
He's like, hey, man, your song's fucking skipping, mate.
But good on you, though, because, I mean, there's so many other comments up there. No one had picked up on it, and you've gone, hello. There's a little bit of a skip there, which to me is that you're paying attention.
Yeah.
So, you know, some of these comments, especially the ones that are posted even before the song fucking plays, obviously are just generic.
We know.
Trying to get their CTR up so they can upload their own tracks and everything like that. You know, so So if there's any, if there were only one thing that Carlos Fandango would be good for, it would definitely be for listening to your music, giving you an honest opinion on what it is. But he's better for more than just. He's good for more than.
I'm good for a few things. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Well, some of the comments anyway saying about it having nice grooves. Got to love the slightly falsetto chorus. Track is well put together, and also nice guitar solo. Very powerful entrance. So you see, he's got a very powerful entrance. My powerful entrance.
We've been talking about powerful entrances for a bit today. So here we go. Track number 14.
12.
Day.
Oh, because of the extra
Purple Bowl of Destinies.
No, they're included in 12.
Yep.
As you see on the list.
Thank you.
But we did add the extra one in the middle in the interlude, so it's 13. Oh,
that might be, I'm an idiot. Yeah, 13 tracks, which would include Aron X Krux, obviously. So,
here I go again. No.
He's a prick, isn't he?
I think you'll find that's 13. Dear BBC. Yeah.
All right, assholes. All right.
I made it
Why?
Why, indeed. Yes.
Now I think if you count them, there'll be 12. Oh, yeah, you're right. There is 12. There's 13.
Because you stop tricking. You stop tracking yourself.
Proper prick sometimes, isn't he?
See, I'm good for other things as well. No, no.
Oh my goodness. Okay. All right. Why, BJ Morgan? Alrighty, that was why by BJ Morgan and Smart Monkey. What do you think?
Yeah, it's some really good funky vibes going on through that track, and it reminded me of like almost like the 70s rock, if I was honest. But I was hard placed to put something on it. Definitely that kind of 70s rock vibe. I don't know, Free and I don't know. There's that. I want to say a little element of Led Zeppelin, but I don't know. It just has a heart back to that era. The star of the show for me was the guitar solo. I just love that guitar solo that played. Yeah. Oh man. I'm a good fan of a guitar solo, and often we're sort of, when we listen to some of these tracks, they pull short of doing that, and this one delivered on the guitar solo. Guitar work throughout is really good. Production's tight, suits this track. It's got a rawness still that runs right through it. Let's ignore the nasty skips because we know that they were accidental. They weren't really part of it. So, you know, all in all, it's got a good feel about it. Like I said, it's got that kind of 70s rock, and it is proper sort of rock vibes going on there. So all in all, yeah, it's a nice track. It's got a good feel to it.
All right. Before we get to your reviews, Mr. Fandango, I got to ask you, is that a yellow submarine on your badge, or what's going on with your badge today?
It is well spotted. It was quite a long statue to spot that from that far off. That was
I thought it was Banana Man.
Banana Man,
Yeah, Banana Man badge on.
the bendy banana man?
Yellow submarine, there we are. I love the yellow submarine. It's always
all live in the yellow submarine.
And we've had an advert recently on the TV, and they've just put it beautifully to just bring that yellow submarine back in. Sorry.
That's right. I remember hearing something about. Yes, this is a film that I fell in love with as a child because, particularly, some of the Beatles. It's what introduced me to the Beatles songs, and primarily "Nowhere Man," one of my favourite songs, and I just love the cartoon, the style, the imagination of it all. It was just fantastic. So, yeah, amazing.
We didn't get that here in the US until probably about late 80s.
No.
Yeah.
Good grief.
Yeah, I remember watching it because it would be like Popeye, Woody Woodpecker, and then the Yellow Submarine thing would come on. So yeah. Mm-hmm. But obviously, brilliant song by the Beatles as well. So yeah.
Well, it's a very tough thing to. The two things they did there was one, write a sort of children's sing-along catchy song that the family, anybody could sing, and they did it. It's in a song for Ringo as well for that album Revolver, but also the fact that they could turn their hand to any style of song, anything, and then just do it well, whatever they did, and to make a song that sounds like it's been around forever. An old style, and just phenomenal. And it was such a standard that things like Penny Lane, Yellow Submarine, When I'm 64 were songs that were being played by the music teacher in my school, and lots of schools had the Beatles standards being played as part of kids, part of their musical education, because the songs are that good. Okay, so this one. I was thinking, right, so who's it like in the sort of very early 80s sort of hit rock? I was thinking, was it Jay Giles band? No, not quite. And then, of course, when I was writing my notes on the actual comment on the song on slaps.com, Lindsey Buckingham was the most obvious one, with not just the vocals, which is very Lindsey Buckingham, but the style of the song and the guitar and the high voice and the range, everything about it really good. But maximum riffage right from the start, turn it up to 11, and then you've got that solo as well. So real rocker. It's good. It's memorable chorus as well, stays in your head afterwards, and it's probably the song that ended best. There's a couple of songs that ended quite well. A lot of people don't seem to be. A lot of songs just aren't ending strong, in a strong way, as either fade out or in a definitive way. So a lot of them just fizzle out at the end. So, but this one,
I know what you're saying there.
Yeah,
some feel like they've got to end short now because that's the new format of songs. And then they're too abrupt, and that doesn't even work. So
it's just got to be rounded off nicely one way or another. But that crooked line, where it jumps and then it's crooked about a crooked line, and I thought, you know, actually, I wouldn't mind that being in there as a sort of jump, because it's quite a cool little thing if it was an actual feature. Obviously, it's not. But otherwise, yeah, strong, memorable chorus, great vocal, good solo. Yeah, it's all good. I've forgotten how much I like that one, and I really do like that one. So that's a contender for my top 3. I'm going to really have a tough time choosing.
I got to tell you, as far as I'm concerned, like the the 2 jumps that I actually heard, one kind of like in between the guitar solo, and then one at the cricket portion.
Yeah,
I was like, you know, we talked about Serendipity and Destiny earlier, just kind of like off air here, off the show. But I got to tell you that, you know, if we take a look at Serendipity and Destiny, and you know the MP3 encoder, you know, mishap here, then that works very well for the song, because I thought that was like brilliant. I'm like, holy shit.
I never thought of that. That's really cool.
I wouldn't have thought of that, you know. So if I didn't know, because you know it was pointed out to me that there were skips, if I didn't know the fact that there were skips, then I would have been like, wow, that was genius.
Yeah, that's what I think.
So I got to think overall that this kind of like the styling of it, right, reminded me of the Raconteurs with steady as she goes, steady as she goes. So something of that nature. It's a pretty decent song, I got to say.
Just a lot of competition.
Yeah,
there is, but I think it's a really good song. I do. I mean, when you think about the riffs, the solo, the chorus that's memorable, the production, I think it's a really solid song, that one.
I'm just really trying to think, as we've only had like 2 or 3 maybe really solid episodes where we've had like hit after hit after hit after hit.
Was that top 3? I've got mine, I think, actually, in amongst this very difficult show tonight.
Go on then. What's your shout out on your top 3?
Oh, I've got to do it. Oh shit, caught me out now. No, actually, so it has juggled a bit, I've got to be honest. But my top 3 are going to be at number 3. No, I can't do that. Let's get copyright. Satorius with Lift Me Up. Just a really, I don't know, just a really nice ethereal song. Now the next 2 I really struggle with, because they're very similar in some ways, but at the same time each of them offered their own little unique element of a similar style. So I went with Nunes with Under My Skin. So beautifully produced, beautiful vocals, radio friendly right from the outset. But for me, the one that picked it, just because it had even more of a variety, even though it's in this very similar vein, as more of a variety about it, even though it has a couple of production qualities, in my personal opinion, but because it has this uniqueness about it, is Anthony J. Milan with Anyone Else. That is my number 1.
Wow.
All right. Carlos Fandango.
You want me to go first? I just keep juggling them in my head.
Smart Rob just literally just.
Yeah, I just don't mind. Do you want me
No,
to
I mean, you want me to go first out of us 2? I didn't mean first.
No, I want you to go second out of you 2.
Yeah, but first out of us 2. You want me to go in the middle, basically. You want a Fandango sandwich.
Am I in the middle? Am I in the middle? I really.
All right.
Not happening.
All right, I'll be sandwiched in between the 2 of you. So,
beer, so.
Right, okay. This is right. I'm just going to precede this with all of you artists. What a brilliant job! I mean, fantastic work, really good. And any one of you could get in there. I mean, Right, Tom's not there, is he? Right, okay. Couple of shout outs.
I like it. Go.
So, this is so difficult. Al Nunes, Autumn, brilliant. Keep it going, really fantastic. Al Nunes.
I did a shout out for Autumn as well. So
okay, that's good. That's done.
Good.
Al Nunes, Under My Skin, gets my shout out, obviously, and it could easily be in my top 3. It's the most commercially viable one. I've bought Aziz Dhanu's song already, actually, because I really like that one. But my top 3, this is tough. I've got 4 in my top 3 written down. Okay, well, let's say Al Nunes is the most commercially viable, I think. My shout out, however, goes to I'm going to go for Mario Zedog, Audite Poverelle. That is just fantastic. I could easily be in my top 3. Number 3, Frankie Medlin, Run Back to Daddy. It hits the heartstrings for me, and he's really good at conveying his lyrics. Number 2, BJ Morgan, Why. I've forgotten how much I like that one, and hearing it tonight, it's just made me think, oh yeah, I've got to get that one. It's brilliant. And for me, easy number 1. The number 1 spot for me was really easy. Lift Me Up, Satorius, by Satorius, and that one is just my kind of music. It's got melody, harmony, drama, lovely chords, structure, and all those lovely sounds in it. And it's got the emotional content that I like as well. So, and it's sort of modern synth pop one. Love it. Satorius, well done. You're my winner.
This is the part of the show that, like, makes my chest hurt. Like it gets like warm here, and there's like kind of like pains here.
That's love.
911.
That's love. That's love.
Oh man, it's just listen, I gotta say is that to everybody, this was probably the most difficult show that we've done to date. Honestly, I think that everybody has been a great talent. Aside from one song, which was the second Purple Bowl Destiny choice. However, keep doing your thing. Once again, just, if you're doing covers, do covers, but just do them right. That's all that I got to say with that. So, whew.
It is difficult. And by the way, this is going to get more and more difficult as the weeks go on, because looking at some of the lists coming up, we've got some tough choices, and it's 12 tracks now.
You're making my chest hurt.
There is a bunch of quality. My wife came in at one point, and I was playing some of these tracks. She goes, "Is that, are you listening to my such and such playlist?" And I said, "No, this is like just I can't remember which one it was now, but it's one of the fake artists." And she was like, "That's really, really good." And I said, "Yeah, that is the quality of the tracks that we're listening to." I would even say they surpass, we know they surpass the radio things that are going on out there. And Mum, she was like, "Oh, these sound fantastic." And I'm, you won't hear them. You won't hear them. You hear it on the underground sound, you won't hear them.
Are you sure that wasn't the bit where I was just sitting on my own singing to myself that she was listening to?
No, I don't think it was that. She came in at that point. She said, "Someone got wind."
Is there a cat in here? That'd be my pussy.
What?
Tom, I was singing this. Oh, no, you'd have to edit this out potentially, but I was singing the song about the space whore because it just resonated what you said.
That was good. I think we do have to come up with the space whore track.
Yeah, although it's not going to mean much to the audience because that's going to be cut out, no doubt. So,
oh, I don't know about that.
Oh no, surely not. There's too much.
Space whore.
We're talking about Princess Leia, of course, who's the space whore.
Oh, oh my god.
Well, no, she was kidnapped.
Yeah, but she kissed her brother as well.
Yeah, so.
But she didn't know it at the time.
What's the matter with that?
Right.
This whole section has to be edited out now.
Yeah, you were saying about your unusual upbringing there, Rob.
I think I commented at the time now everyone else was unusual and I was the normal.
You were the normal one. That's fucking hilarious. Like you were the normal. Oh my god. Oh, you know, the show runs away from us sometimes here, but honestly, we're having a good time with this, and I do hope that if you're into the show, which is probably like hour number 7, then I hope that you're having as much of a good time as we are too. I just gotta say a special shout out, really, just thank you to all the musicians here that are making this music, and you know, keep doing what you're doing, because once again, nothing negative here, nothing but love for y'all, really, unless we tell you that you just suck, like fucking suck like Ferrer, like you fucking idiot.
Nah, they just get better and better every week, really.
No, we're today's show, we've really entered a kind of territory that I've not yet faced with this show, because for those of you that don't know, I listened to all these songs for the first time, so this is like a genuine kind of like reaction from me. The boys here, Carl does the research. He later on forwards it to Smart Monkey here, and they get to formulate some kind of like topics and opinions and such, and so they've heard this stuff before. So I gotta say, for me, cue dramatic music. For me, it's extra difficult. I'm listening to these songs for the first time.
It's just gone surreal now. Cue dramatic music. No.
Yes.
Cue 1950s sci-fi music.
Shit, I just touched my glasses by accident. God damn it. Oh, sorry.
Oh, I see. It's turning into bow chicka bow bow.
He touched his glasses.
Hey, boys. Hey, girls. Superstar DJs. Here we go. Here we go. All right. All jokes aside here. All right. My honorable mention, Al Nunes with Under My Skin.
Sorry. I can't stop yawning.
You're so fucking boring, John. Get on with it.
Oh, it's no reflection on you, honestly. It's 2:08 in the morning. And we've been going since 7 o'clock in the evening. That's 7 hours.
Dude, you do know that when I come to England, we're going to be going to sleep at like 4 o'clock in the fucking morning, right?
Oh, I don't know if I'm a bit old for that now. Okay, I'll give it a go. I'm up for it.
Yeah, you'll give it a go.
When are you coming to England? That's never going to happen.
I gotta say, the family threw a whole fucking monkey wrench into the fucking business here, man. So I gotta say that I'm looking forward to my birthday, honestly, October. So that's really what I'm looking.
That's why he's coming over. Birthday presents, actual physical birthday presents.
Yeah.
What, like touching?
Depends on where. Depends on where.
It sounds like a present to all of us.
Again, I said depends on where.
I'll find out where.
Depends on where the touching is.
Oh,
I bet
Tom,
you will.
I've dropped my pen. Oh, not there then, Tom.
My name is Smart Monkey, certified proctologist.
You didn't like it there, then happy birthday.
I got my degree on Google Docs or Google Search or whatever the hell they're doing now. So, did you hear about this thing?
No.
No, seriously.
What?
It might be a US thing. So so Google has like online courses where you can get diplomas. So you can actually become a doctor on Google.
Okay.
Right.
That's why I was saying smart monkey, certified proctologist. It's just
Yeah.
like,
10
let me
minutes.
help you out with that.
10 minutes later, I'd like to be a proctologist. There we go.
We're getting so much closer to that fucking movie Idiocracy than anyone even realizes. So okay, drum roll, please. Here we go. My honorable.
That was quite wrong.
I've never seen a drum roll like
Oh, noise cancellation. I keep on forgetting about the noise cancellation because I'm like,
For that female
I thought you were tired, Carl.
I am tired. I'm really tired. Yeah.
that female is well in grace now.
Oh.
Yeah.
My honorable mention and my shout out go to Al Nunes with Under My Skin. Bro. Great voice, great construction of everything that's going on there. Super bright future ahead of you. I'm sure of that. My number 3 is going to be Mario Zedog with Audite Poverelle, or however the hell you pronounce that. Overall, such a really good song.
I'm so tired. You won't notice if I'm asleep. Oh, God, their wrist's still sticky. Bloody hell. Need to pull my eyes out. Right, carry on.
What the hell did you expect, man? So Myra's Dog on my number 3. So Jamieson with Frustrated Musician on my number 2.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. A great choice by the Purple Destiny.
Wow.
And-
I choose you 10 songs and you go for the Purple Bowls choice. Wow.
To be honest,
It was a good
told
choice.
off for doing like shout outs, but it was in my shout outs. I didn't do it because I was scared.
Well, this is it, yeah.
But Jackson was in my shout out.
I was scared to do shout outs, a shout out. But once Tom was out of the scene and off screen for a minute, I did get an extra shout out in. I'll admit it now.
Does
Tom's
okay.
not happy. Tom's
Well-
not happy about that.
He'll edit that out.
Yeah, I'll hear it when I go through editing. So yeah, well, can I get an extra shout out then?
Yeah, why not? See, I have no beef with having extra shout outs
All right.
if people deserve it.
My extra shout out is going to be to Autumn with Daydreams because she overcame her shy.
Woohoo! I'm going to
She
do
really
that.
put that music out there. She really got everything going. So that'll be my second shout out. All right.
Yeah,
All right.
deservedly so.
Yeah, and
So-
I'm doing that as well. So the camera points on me as I'm giving
No.
thumbs up.
I
Agree.
want to tell all the musicians out there that here, listen, we're 3 idiots that are just reviewing music as we kind of like go along and drink beer, wine, whatever the case may be throughout the night. So don't take any of our opinions like super seriously or anything like that, right? So with that said, I got to say that all of us do have a little bit of an ear for music and music production and music quality. These are things that bring us together as a group to bring you the underground sound here. So I got to say that my number 1 choice today, Anyone care?
Well, you were raving about Anthony J. Milan. You liked Splattered Canvas, and not as much as the other one. And you like Satorius.
But you're a big fan of the Birdie song.
So I think
Big fan of the what?
Birdie song.
you know, was the Birdie song never a thing in America?
Brother. Go look it up.
The chicken dance.
It's the most
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, it was originally
It's kind of like
composed
a wedding thing. Yeah, I
by a
guess.
bloke in Austria years ago on the accordion. Accordion. I don't know, something like that. Yeah. that kind of thing.
Yeah.
I think you're going to go for either Satorius or Anthony J. Milan.
You're correct, sir. Anthony J. Milan.
Mm.
Yeah. Song really.
Is that your number one then?
That is my number one. Yes.
Yeah.
My number one. So the honorable mentions are Al Nunes and Autumn with Daydreams. Number 3 is going to be Mario Zedog. Number 2 is going to be the Frustrated Musician by Jamieson. And number 1, Anthony J. Milan. I think that there's more to that song than a lot of people realize. There's a lot of depth there. There's a lot of character. There's a lot of soul. I think that really went into that song. So
we just jump back to Autumn and just say Autumn. I think it was that 3 of us picked her. Even in a shout out.
No, I didn't, but I could have done. I think she was. I don't know who.
I doing it. If I didn't shout out, I had it in my shout outs. So Tom's picked it as a shout out. I picked it as a shout out. And given that Autumn was a little bit shy, a little bit nervous about putting the music out there, I would say, take it. This is, we were all quite inspired by your music and definitely want to hear a little bit more. Definitely want to hear a little bit more. Really good.
Well, that's what I was saying with Autumn, is that, we don't really have to put her in the top 3 because I honestly think that she's, a superstar in the making.
Yes, I agree with you.
She's definitely going to be on the charts sooner or later. I've seen this shit happen with America's Got Talent, where I've watched, 10-year-old kids that were in a band and everything like that later on had to go, but went on to being, solo musicians of their own and are really like enjoying some success. Success as a musician doesn't necessarily mean that you're, it depends on what you're shooting for. If you want to be fucking Metallica over here, touring every goddamn summer, you know what I mean? It's going to wear on you for the first part of it, right? Because just imagine going from Moscow to Warsaw to Paris to England to sorry, not England, but I meant like London to wherever you're traveling like all the time. Imagine that just every day you are in a new country or city, right? And so you're touring and you're making millions upon millions upon millions of dollars. But is that really how you're defining success as a musician? Or are you defining success as a musician where you can make, let's say, $1,000 per week, right? To pay your bills, enough to pay everything. Let's say 2,000, 2.5, whatever. So you're making like 10 grand a month. Define your level of success as a musician and having fans and everything, right? Not everybody needs to be Post Malone. Not everybody needs to be Drake. Not everybody needs to be Snoop Dogg. Not everybody needs to be John Lennon. Not everybody needs to be Metallica. Not everybody needs to be any of these musicians here. So, right. So where do you define your level of success, and where do you define, where you've made it? What do you think, Carl?
I was half listening. I was switching off a bit there because I'm so tired.
Yeah.
Where do you find your levels of success? Well, it's up to you. I mean, I think some people say they're successful, but it depends how you define success in life. If the thing is, what is successful? Is it you've got a family that loves you and you love them and all that kind of thing? Or if it's regards to music, then getting your music out there and one person hears it and it changes their life a little bit for the good, then that's done its job. So depends how you define success. If you're one of those ones ambitiously after just money, I don't think you're in it for the right reasons. But I think if money comes as a result of you being talented and wonderful and fantastic and hardworking and a bit lucky as well, and you make your own luck in life, that's for sure, then that's success. But making a dent, an impact on people that's positive in life is a success.
Here's probably the big question: Would either of you want to be any of the members of Metallica?
I mean, I like my life as it is. I like me. I don't have a problem. Yeah, I mean, certainly having their wealth or comfort in life as a result of the wealth is good, but I wouldn't swap with anybody.
No, I wouldn't want that kind of touring lifestyle and stuff. I'd like people to listen to my music, go, oh, it's really good, recognize it, but I don't need all the rest of the baggage that comes with it.
Crazy, right? That's exactly what I'm saying here. Is like, listen, if I can make, let's say, $500-600, a week off of my music, then I'm going to be perfectly happy with that. I don't need this touring lifestyle because I mean, a lot of shit comes along with that. But I mean, again, you're in Poland.
Urine? What's got urine got to do with it?
Once again, we were talking about golden showers as you had stepped away earlier. So not recently. It was like hours upon hours ago, right? But
I just realised it is the lighting. It's the lighting that's doing this. I keep looking and thinking, why is my mouth droopy? I'm
really worried about you.
I know, if you put the lighting there, it's fine. If you put it over here, it just suddenly becomes like
I'm having a stroke.
Yeah, I keep looking, thinking, oh my god. Can I smile? And the thing is, I'm slurring my words because it's late and I'm drunk, so that's not a good thing.
Well, that's all of us. So
yeah, that's true.
Oh man, I'm loads and I'm not drunk. So fuck you.
Oh, I see. So instead of strobe lighting, it's stroke lighting. So basically, it's at the right angle to make it look like a stroke. Oh, it's not good. It's not good. It's disconcerting. It doesn't normally do that from that angle either.
All right, dude, you're not having a stroke. Just calm down. What's England's 911?
999.
999. Okay. 999.
999.
No.
Okay. So I have your address. So if you're having a stroke, trust me, I'll fucking dial the authorities and I'll send them out to you. Don't worry.
Oh no! Don't let the authorities know if I'm having a stroke.
Why not?
That kind of stroke. Oh, sorry.
Oh,
I see what you mean.
It's hard to tell, isn't it? It's hard to tell when to call emergency services, and you're always stroking all the time.
Yeah, exactly.
And you look very flushed by the end of it. So, I mean, how are we supposed to know? You normally have like a bit drunk coming down, just around here.
As if it's been a good shot, yeah. Right, so shall we say our goodbyes? I'm sure you've got to edit this out.
That one has to stay in there.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
Just give me 2 seconds here.
It's funny, whenever I watch the Underground Sound, I always like go, oh yeah, I can remember that. I always go fast forward to the end because I can never normally remember the end. I can't think why, but I can never normally remember the end. Okay.
What?
Did I embarrass myself? No, I'm all right. Didn't embarrass myself. Carl, you need to check the end of the next one.
Yeah. Well,
you don't remember if we kicked you off the show or not?
Oh, I had no idea.
Oh no, that'll never happen. We're not going to kick you off the show, man.
no, it was okay. I've watched show 44. It was
a
all
good
right,
show. It's a good show.
But show 45, little bit of sperm on the side of the mouth. I don't know. I'm just not sure. That's something you'd be really proud of.
Oh my god, have we ever really been proud of anything that we've done?
Do you know, I was thinking the other day, if I sort of like, if I were to die tomorrow, at least Louis wouldn't be.
At least this episode is getting out.
At least I've come coming out the sound of my mouth.
Well, I was just thinking, well, at least I've left a legacy. So there's plenty of footage of her, say my daughter, like Emily, her dad, just having a laugh and a chat and a joke. And then I thought, well, it's not really a proud legacy.
It's like us. My daughter, when she first was like, oh, my dad's on like a YouTube channel called The Underground Sound. And she was like quite proud of it. And then as it progressed,
and then she watched it.
Ferrero was coming in like, fuck off, you fucking cunt.
Right. So I was just gonna say the same thing where you have your hand up Ferrero's ass. Why have you cunt? Like she's old enough to know that that's not the real Ferrero. That's you just controlling him. Controlling him. Fuck you.
Like, oh, God, I can't tell them that anymore.
Tom's the only one who hasn't had his ass hand up someone's ass. Well, that we know of.
Oh my God.
I say someone's. It's something.
They're not willing to come on the show, so what can I say? That's just my life. It's tragic.
Need to get yourself a little puppet or toy or something.
You look a sad British fuck.
Well, like a flashlight, you mean?
Oh,
yeah, if you could do a voice behind it, that'll be fine.
yeah.
I'm Flashy the flashlight.
Yeah, well, it'll have the lips.
I'm just going down on top.
Excuse me for a second.
Flashy the flashlight.
That's too much. All right. For the Underground Sound on this 28th day of July in the year 2023, I'm DJ X-Tech. With me, as always, two fantastic gentlemen, Smart Monkey and Carlos Fandango. Together, we are putting the us back into music.
So please do like, subscribe, and share. We will find the music that you love.
And don't forget to click on the little bell so you get all of the notifications and whenever Tom uploads new Underground Sound videos, which means you'll find all the greatest music that is out by independent artists. All the stuff that Rob said about just then. So tired. It's 2:29. This is ridiculous.
Oh,
We've been going about 7 hours, 7.5
yes,
hours.
yeah, 7 hours and 10 minutes, believe it or not.
Oh
So,
man. Right.
Mhm.
Good luck editing this.
so that was your goodbye?
No, I thought, have you said goodbye already? Or are you waiting for us to say goodbye?
Mhm.
Normally we do our goodbyes separately, don't we?
All right, so I'll say, hold on, let me Google this.
Goodbye.
Sounds like goodbye to.
Out. I see. I'm hoping Rob will help me out with my
Oh my
one
goodness.
because he'll know the reference. Unless you've got something.
I'm gonna say Saitia.
Oh, which language is that?
That's Mandarin.
Mandarin. Satia.
Saitia.
And it's goodbye from me.
You've muted
I
your
thought-
microphone.
No.
No, not you, Rob.
But you have to mention you.
Okay. And it's goodbye from me.
And it's goodbye from him.